Scrabblers, and happy Victoria Day to those watching us from Canada. You are watching Let's Play Scrabble's coverage of Montreal Scrabblefest. I'm Jason Idalski, Joey Krafchick alongside. It sounds like we will start today by bringing you Jackson Smylie's effort to clinch the WoW division. I don't know if we have standings available, but he is currently 15-1 with a gargantuan spread of plus 1966. He has a 4-game and 1,500 some spread point lead over his nearest competitor. So as you can see, those standings right there. I think we've given Billy one more loss than he actually have. Everybody has played 16 games, so you can see Jackson at 15-1, David and Billy each at 11-5, with Michael Fagen and Dean Herget at 10-6. So
Yeah,
Joey, about how long do you think it'll take Jackson to sew this one up? It's not official yet, but I know that you're quite the odds maker, and I don't even know if minus 10,000 is appropriate for this.
yeah, it's funny that you brought up that number because I was thinking in that 5-digit range, but yeah, nonetheless, Jackson is going to win this tournament unless the most epic variance in the history of tournament Scrabble occurs. And hey, any team, any Sunday is what I say. So he has to earn it. So it's not over until the fat lady sings. I'm looking forward to this. Hopefully, some quality games, and we should be ready to get going here any second now.
All
He
right,
is up
yes.
against.
Yeah, our first game today will be Jackson Smylie and David Spolter. They played earlier in this tournament, and David has actually given Jackson his only loss, a 430 to 348 game. So Jackson 15-0 against the field, 0-1 against David Spolter. So he'll be looking to get this one so he can say that he has beaten everybody that he has played. As you can see below David's name, David actually coming to us from Israel. So I don't know if anybody knows the story behind David's participation in this tournament coming from Israel, but great to have him in North America playing here on this Victoria Day.
Absolutely. And not only was that Jackson's only loss, but that was round one. So Jackson is currently on a 15-game winning streak, scorching hot. And I did want to ask, because you might know, Billy had already been assigned a win or a loss for this round, presumably a bye. Is there a round robin of buys since we had the player dropout? And that's why he's already listed with an extra game?
That is a good question. I was looking at the pairings, and it looks like no, it looks like Billy is playing Ben Lamb. It looks like Caleb Pittman has the bye. So I know that there's been some kind of glitches with the standings. Um, So I don't know if that has anything to do with it. It looks like I have the players backward. Jackson is going first in this game. That is him on the left. Still flexible enough to reach behind his head to draw tiles. He's been doing that ever since he started. It looks like he drew and was about ready to go, but stopped for some reason. So a bit of a false start as we get going here.
Yeah, there we go. Then we're off to the races.
Well, Chow if now Chiao if nothing else on this opening rack.
Yeah, nice
Uh,
set of tiles here. Beautiful CH combo. You got the Z on there. So far, I think his play is going to be Azoic, which is 38. Are you seeing anything that might get the Z on the double letter score?
I'm not. Azoic looks pretty strong to me. That HY leave is pretty good. Your other 38-point option is Hazy, but CIO could definitely go south in a hurry.
Yeah, good opening rack here. Meanwhile, David has the dreaded UW combo, which I think that was you yesterday that so obviously pointed out. That's the worst two tile combo in the game.
And yet, and we were encouraging Josh Sokol to make a play that that left exactly those two tiles and only those two tiles. So there are exceptions to everything, but yeah, UW and UV can give Scrabble players nightmares.
So Jackson is going into the tank here a little bit. His options are Cozy, Hazy, Azoic. It looks like he's leaning towards Cozy, and I think actually I like this because it has such a strong implied defensive value. Your opponent's gonna not have a lot of options after that. and I thought maybe he'd actually consider even leaving the Y off, set himself up, but I think this is the right play, and he goes ahead and pulls the trigger on it for 36.
All right. EILNN and the dreaded WU for David. Joey, what are you seeing on this turn?
Yeah, this is going to be not too inspiring. I think he is going to just drop that WU and play was, which looks pretty good. Obviously, his leave of EILNN isn't anything special, but it is nice just to immediately be able to dump those two tiles and keep it moving. And he isn't that far from a bingo rack if he can draw well here. And he quickly makes this decision, and probably rightly so.
All right, so 36 to 16, Jackson having drawn the other W, as well as three other consonants, including the P and the M. The very difficult. Actually, sorry. What are you seeing here, Joey?
Yeah, I'm looking. It's tough sledding here. So, of course, when you play something like Cozy, one of the drawbacks of that is, yeah, it makes your opponent have to work harder, but then probably gonna have to make you work harder. So he has a few options paralleling, making MY. I think he could maybe play. I don't know. Yeah, it's you'd like to get rid of that W, but I don't think there's any plays there that do that. He could play HM. He could play off the H&M and just play hum, which looks like is what he's considering. He's also could just drop the P and play hump. So yeah, nothing here is too sexy. He's probably going to think for a while on this turn. Maybe one option is just playing WICH through the C and Cozy, gets rid of the W and leaves decently. Do you have any good ideas here?
Yeah, it looks like he set up what seems to be the star play here of Whammo
Haha, yes.
to the O. Highest scoring play at 26, and DIP not a bad leave at all. So
Nice play by Jackson. Very nice play. And the A blank draw on David's side is pretty much what you're going for there. So he's going to be able to find a bingo. He can play cleaning, but he can also play from the W, Weanling, which will be the right play, I imagine. And we'll see if he
yeah,
can come up with it.
yeah, could get 2 more points by playing winnable from that W, but that also putting the E on the double letter as opposed to the blank G, but also putting the E there as opposed to the blank G is going to really help Jackson out. So I would imagine that that Weanling, which is the second highest scoring bingo, is the best play here.
Yeah, I agree. That G is certainly a lot harder to play through. And it's been a barrage of blanks. Both players now picking up the blanks in their last draw. And now we're going to have to see if there's going to be a triple opportunity. And David is going to make what seems to be the best play. But will this give Jackson a triple? He's certainly bingoing, but let's figure it out. I'm only seeing
Yeah.
upgirded, which doesn't triple, but Jackson will certainly take his time here looking for triple if it's not clear and obvious off the bat, which I don't think it is.
Panic found the one and only triple available to Jackson here. That is pre-guide.
Oh, okay. Wow. Yeah, I think he's gonna find it. Aha, he's found it. Well, I think
Already
Jackson
already
is
with the veteran commentator traits of calling things into being, saying I think he's going to find it, and as he said it, Jackson's setting it up on his rack. So
yeah, Jackson's been studying a lot the last few months. Usually he kind of waits till about this point in the year to ramp it up in preparation for the summer tournaments, but he got the process started a lot earlier this year, so this isn't surprising that he's very sharp and immediately finding his triple triple. And now he's just going through and making sure that there's not a better triple triple that doesn't slot that I under that triple letter score. But as we know now, that is his only triple triple, and he's not out of the woods yet though, because David is bingoing next turn. He has Serie 8 on his rack, and we're off to a exciting game here.
Yeah, I mean, if put yourself in poor David's shoes, you played a bingo, you've drawn one of the highest prob racks out of the bag, so you're like, all right, I'm in this game, and then that blank G you put in the triple line, Jackson hits it for 131. So amazing how quickly your emotions can flip here. So Joey, what's the best option with this Serie 8 rack? Is it just playing Airiest on top of pre-guide? Is it playing Serie 8, moving it two spaces over? Or is it playing Airiest in that 14F spot?
Yeah, I think that Ariest is the clear and best play for sure. And this game looks like it's going to be played very fast. These guys are sharp. They've had a good breakfast. Their brains are functioning well. And there's going to be a lot of time for the pre-endgame and endgame if it comes down to it. So this could get exciting.
Yeah, I guess one of the reasons I was considering Serie 8 two spots to the left, it puts the E next to that double letter there, and obviously normally that would be suicide. But the question is, Jackson having tripled, how far do you feel like you're behind in this game? How much of an underdog do you feel like already? Kind of playing it straight with Arias does get him within 38 off turn, which isn't bad. Do you think that would have been way too early to be super aggro?
Yeah, definitely. I mean, he's down less than a bingo, and it's still 25% into the game. So I think yeah, he doesn't need that volatility at this juncture. So I like his decision here to play Ariest, and David is drawing well. He is going to possibly be bingoing again next turn.
I guess you
Here,
don't need to panic if you just keep picking seven-letter words out of the bag.
yeah. So David has Garbless. Actually, that might be unintentional because Garbles is good, and it happens to just take a back S. But as we are seeing, it's looking like Jackson will most likely just play Vomits, and right on cue, another fastly played turn, rightfully so. It's exactly what you want if you're Jackson. You're scoring 30, you're taking out the S hook, the E hook, and now this board is really going to be walled off quickly. And if I'm not mistaken, I don't think David can bingo this turn.
He can indeed, and he can with the letters in that order.
Garblers.
Garbless, but also through the R garblers.
Garblers
And
is
not
good.
sure, not sure if he'll know that, not sure if he'll be sure of that, but I think given the game situation, it is probably worth a try.
Wow, this is a low moment. I haven't studied in about 9 months, and Garblers looks totally just foreign to me. This is I'm due for some review. Wow.
I
Yeah,
said
this is a very
it's
critical.
easy when you keep picking seven-letter words out of the bag. It looks like your most recent tournament game on Saturday was one of those. You beat Jim Geary by 390.
Yeah, for the most part, I'm pretty efficient, but a few of these words, year to year, they're gonna slip through the cracks, and I'll have to go through all the bingos to recreate those brain cells. So David hasn't played it already, which tells me he either doesn't know it or is contemplating it. And this will definitely be a gut check if he's seen it and isn't sure, because this play versus his second best play is gargantuan. And if he doesn't play it, his odds of winning are going to be very minuscule.
Yeah, I'm
So,
trying to. Well,
but here we
he's
go.
gonna pull the trigger.
We've got a ball game, folks.
Yeah, this will get David within five. And then I was about to ask if Jackson had anything playable, but even if he did have something playable through the L, that has been hampered a bit.
Yeah, so another nice rack here for Jackson, but now this board is all but dead, and this is going to be turning into a closed board war very shortly. But now we have an interesting twist because it appears David is on hold. So this actually makes me feel a lot better. I'm not the only one that thought Garblers looked a little funny, but he is going to draw his courtesy tiles, and I suspect Jackson is going to not challenge. Um,
Hard to picture Jackson challenging a good word, that's for sure.
So let's see what David's going to pick out of the bag. As we know, these tiles are staying on his rack. And wow, he's got another nice draw. But it won't be too. Oh, wow. He does have through the only basically spot you can play through a tile. He's duelers through
I
that
just saw
L, the
that. I
weanling.
just saw that before you mentioned it. Yeah, it's got to fit like so perfect, and it does.
If this goes down where he's going to get this bingo down, whether Jackson challenges and loses the turn or just doesn't block it, that would be pretty uncanny considering Jackson's tripled and he's going to be down. Um, but wow, this is a great game to open up the day, and I'm glad to be here for it.
Yeah, absolutely. So, and it certainly looks like, given Jackson's rack, that he will not be blocking that L in Weanling. His highest scoring play looks to be 20 for Tog alongside Vomits, making 2 OM and GI. He could also play Tot if he really wants to keep that ING combo, although as you can see, this is really not an ING board. Joey, are you playing Tog or Tot, or do you have another option in mind?
We're talking about Tot in the same spot as Tog.
Yes. Yeah, well,
Yeah,
in that L10 spot, so Tog or
yeah,
Tog
I think
or
yeah, like you said, there's no merit in keeping the ing synergy here, so definitely want to just take the points, and of course, playing in that spot is what you want. With the X out, you probably want to go ahead and knock out that hot spot next to the O, and INRT is nothing to scoff at. He's an E draw away or an A draw away from having a very good rack that will might quite possibly bingo. And let's examine Jackson's facial expressions here as he's coming to terms with his opponent bingoing 4 times in 6 turns. Not phased at all.
well, you're allowed to be a little more sanguine about things when you're on a 15 game winning streak and 4 games and 1,500 spread points clear of the field.
Yeah, if Jackson loses this game, there's a good chance he's like 18 or 20-2, and his only 2 losses are to David Spolter. But not out of the woods yet. So I just invoked, of course, mentioning of the X bomb, and right on cue, as soon as he blocks that X bomb spot, he's going to pick it up. But hey, that's a good problem to have because he still has ways he can score with the X here. He doesn't have the best tiles to go with it, but strangely, it looks like maybe even just dropping the X, where he just played duelers for 36, that might be a good option. Are you seeing anything better?
Yeah, I guess the only other option would be Hex through that E in Garblers. That would score 35. Also, unburden you of another consonant. Also, Ixnay, if you really want to block that D in Duelers and make it harder for David to hit that triple. That leaves the very potent HRT and scores 31, which is only 5 less than the highest scoring play of 36. So, which of those three do you like the best?
Yeah, once let's the score hasn't updated, but yeah, Jackson is down about 40 or
Jackson's down
50 now.
37. Sorry about that.
37. Okay. Yeah, so Ixnay would make a little more sense if the scores were reversed, but I think he probably wants to keep that D open, possibly. Um, yeah, I think Hex is probably the best play because, like you said, gets rid of that extra continent and scores just as much. So I think that's probably what I would lean towards here. And Now that I think about it, though, if he plays Ixnay, he's basically tied, and the board is just so closed that he can realistically just outrun him, even though he's a turn down. But yeah, the problem is there's five unseen A's, and that hot spot on the right side where he played Tog, there's a lot of opportunities to score a lot of points forming Oma. Actually, I guess there aren't because the Y's are gone for Toy, so I take that back. Only the P can go there for top. Alas, he has elected to play Hex, and he's within 2 points.
The Y actually is on Jackson's rack, so
Oh,
there
okay,
is a
yes.
Y left. So yeah, we're looking at the unseen pool from David's perspective, and that should be up to date. But yeah, only 38 tiles in the bag. They have certainly not wasted any time this morning getting bingos on the board. Matt Canick asked in chat if David just does nothing but draw 7-letter words out of the bag, but we have proof that he doesn't, since he does not have one here. So he's going to part with his only 2 vowels and play Goo, the very nice fits making Roto and Boom.
Yeah, gorgeous play here. I had not spotted it yet. As you mentioned, it does burn both his vowels, which isn't ideal, but it's simply too many points, and he's going to just have to hope that he can pull at least one vowel here on this 3 tile draw, which odds are pretty good.
They're pretty good, yeah.
And
19 vowels, 19 consonants. So if you're going to make a play keeping CPST, this is 100% the pool to do it in. So looking very good for David here. 33-point lead on a totally dead board. Both blanks are gone. 3 of the S's are gone. You've got the case S. It's looking like Jackson's quest to clinch this tournament will have to wait at least one more round, but you know how incredibly good a player Jackson is, and obviously this game is far from over.
yeah, if I was speculating on the live odds on who's going to win, David definitely a favorite, but it's not anything gargantuan. So we'll see what Jackson can come up with here. Looks like he has lined up some candidate plays. I don't see anything that reaches the D. So he has to figure here. This board is 1 play, maybe 2 from being actually dead. And given he's down 33 points, he cannot let himself get boxed out. So I think he might consider playing something like Kith to the H and Wemo, because now that's going to unlock that top quadrant a little bit, and or Yurth as he's lined up. And yeah, that actually looks better because yeah, it just naturally is going to open it more, of course. Um, so which out of these options do you like? Do you like Kith? Do you like Yurth? Or are you seeing something else possibly?
Yeah, it looks like his excuse me, it looks like his only ways to hit that D are by playing Nitrid or Nitid. And I don't know if you really want to leave KY or KRY at this stage. Earth would be super potent in the Collins dictionary where KY is good. It would be a nice little K setup. But even without that, I do like the idea of Earth, and like you said, I think that's going to open the top half of the board a little bit better than Kith would.
And another factor that's playing into the live odds on this Scrabble match is David has a big time advantage here. Usually Jackson is pretty balanced or ahead on time. I wouldn't say he's a fast player overall. Yeah, I mean, I don't know. It's hard to speculate. He's good at managing his time, taking his time, using his time. Um, but yeah, this could be a factor here as he's behind 7 minutes, and if this trend continues, he might be kind of running low once we hit the pre-end game. So I'd like to see him hurry it up here.
He's got an eye. Oh, he's gonna set up the K that way.
Very, very interesting.
Tricky, tricky, tricky. And if he pulls the unseen C, now we know it's on David's rack. But if he were to have pulled that, then he would be setting up a trick there for quite a bit. So that'll give David something to think about here. Do you part with the S and block that spot? Do you sniff out the K setup? Or do you just play patch like it looks like David was set to do before?
So if you're David and my opponent just makes that play, you got to look at the pool and say, okay, what the heck is going on here? Naturally, you probably figure he has an S, he's setting up a new bingo line, and that's perfectly logical. And most of the time, that's probably what it would be. And as we can see, the only other thing that that could be is what Jackson did do, which is setting up his K. And Jackson had, from his standpoint, 5 unseen A's and the C to draw for Trake. So he had a lot of chance of hitting a really big play here. And it was a very clever play by Jackson because in the unseen pool, the only thing that can go there is the S for Jins. And unlucky for him, David actually does have the case S. And I think as he's lining up on his rack, I think you just play Cants here because it takes out the spot and keeps the board nice and dead. And there's no real reason for him to play Patch and open things up. So I think we're going to see David play Cants as he has lined up. And he's going to make it that much more difficult for Jackson, who is going to be behind almost a bingo now.
Yeah, normally that looks like an S setup, but you know that you have the case S. So in the absence of that, it's got to be a K setup, whatever it is. Play can't throw the C out there. I kind of like Pax a little bit better, scoring 6 more, but that does potentially give up, if Jackson were to draw something ending in O or U. So just play the C, know that, again, the top half of the board remains completely dead except for that H and that D, and take a very nice lead. Very nice lead, sorry.
Yeah, so David goes ahead, pulls the trigger, and Jackson now is in a little bit of a pickle, but to no avail. He's quickly made his best play of Jared for 39. And while it does still seem bleak as this board is very much screwed, that's just the play he has to make. He has to take the points, get rid of the J, and he'll just have to hope that David draws poorly enough for Jackson to catch up naturally without bingoing. And I like that
Yeah,
he
you like
found it and played it fast because now the time pressure is balancing back.
yeah, I think Jared over Reicht in that spot. Reicht kind of at least opens it up. Maybe you don't want to give David nice counter plays that could kill the board again.
Yeah, I think the J is such a hindrance to your rack, especially on this board where, if he kept the J after playing Reicht, it's pretty unrealistic that he has a good play with it next turn. So yeah, I like his decision to play Jared. This is my kind of board right here. I love it. I love it.
So you're one of those sickos that loves playing on boards like this?
Yeah, sicko indeed. And David has lined up Vol, which will nicely overlap and kill the board, which is the point you were bringing up of kind of makes it easier to crush the board. But um, the V this turn, the C last turn, David has had the perfect letters to make sure that there are no counterplays, and it is looking very bleak for the kid from Quebec.
This is certainly a defensive masterclass, but also very fortunate to pull the C at a great time to pull the V immediately after playing off your C. So you look at all those both C's, both V's out in space, and Jackson still has that Yurth potential. Is now the time for that, or does he have a better way of opening the board up top?
Yeah, I think it looks like Earth is going to be what he's going to have to go with here. I'm not seeing anything else to the H that is of relevance. Funny enough, yes, he still has Kith, which was like the other turn. And yeah, I think in a few seconds he's going to pull the trigger here and try to save that time for the pre-end game. Although it does look like it won't be really close enough for him to win, but crazier things have happened. And as we've seen, David has drawn the Q, but he does have good letters to go with it. Now, if Jackson plays Yurth, does David have any good Q plays? Looks
He's
like
got.
not.
I just saw the Q and I was like, oh, that could be the perils of a closed board. The Q shows up. Can Jackson Q stick him? But you can see the I in pre-guide is a nice little home for that cue for a cheap 31. So David's timing in this game has certainly been impeccable.
Yeah, so this is a very interesting situation because of the nature of where that eye is at the bottom of the board, David doesn't actually need to just get rid of the cue immediately. He has that in his back pocket. I think it's possible that he does just drop it here right now, but if you're David and you look at this pool, you're going to have to figure Jackson is probably not bingoing. No S's, no blanks. There are some junky tiles in there. But that being said, I think it does not hurt to possibly just block this turn and make it harder for Jackson generally. I think he could play something like Deify to the Y, which would score 28 and partially obstruct some of the bingo lanes, but not really in a very meaningful way. If we were playing Collins, David would have maybe a more trivial decision. He could play FAP to the left of the Y, which would be 30 and block everything up, but FAP is Collins only. And he quickly just gets rid of the Q. Can't blame him for that decision. It's nice to just get rid of it. And he's going to have a 50-point lead now heading into this pre game where Jackson is probably thinking, I'm thankful that he didn't muck up the board up there, but it's still going to be tough sledding trying to win this game. He's going to have to figure out a viable path.
Yeah, and that's actually a really good lesson there for for newer players and intermediates. Obviously, it's the reflexes to, okay, I've got the cue, I can get rid of it for 31. But as you pointed out, it was very unlikely that that spot was going to get blocked. You mentioned FAP, which is Collins only, but DAP, as Matthew O'Connor pointed out, looking really strong in that spot next to Earth, making AY and PI, especially because you hold QI in reserve. In the unlikely event that Jackson blocks your QI for 31, you're setting yourself up to play the Q and the I that you're leaving for 28. So especially with the time that David had again, I wouldn't call this a mistake, but like you said, I think he would have been well served to take a little bit more time and not just kind of give into to what I call Q panic and feel like, okay, I got to get rid of this for 31 before it becomes a problem.
Yeah, I have a funny story on this. When I first started playing Scrabble in 2006, I went to my first Scrabble tournament was the school Scrabble Championship. I was in 5th grade, and I will not name the expert player, but they had players at the school Scrabble Championship on the registration day, like playing like multiple boards against the kids for whatever it was a fun thing. And one of the pieces of advice that was given was you never want to hold the cue for more than 2 turns. But after playing for 20 years, I've come to learn that you can't just go by these absolutes of, oh, well, you need to make sure it's off your rack by 2 turns. Scrabble is a very sophisticated, complicated, nuanced strategy game. And sometimes you have to call the cue, even if it's uncomfortable.
Don't know if you were watching the stream on day one where we saw Michael Fagen twice make a 6 tile play and have his 1 tile leave be the cue. I think he kept that cue for 5 or 6 consecutive turns. There was just was just no home for it. In one case, Pawn scored 52 keeping the cue. So that's a very good point. And usually when people ask me for advice on something like, well, should if I have all singles, should I play for the bingo or should I just blow it up? And almost always the answer to that question is it depends.
Absolutely. So now Jackson is further in the hole on time. The disparity is getting larger. And he has a very cute play of Keynote, which scores 40. And now he's trying to figure out if I play Keynote for 40, leaving 2 or 3 in the bag, can I win? And I think he's probably realizing the answer is no. Now that the Q's gone, there's no potential Q stick situations lingering. So he's got to figure out, can I win by playing Keynote? Or am I going to have to do something like he has lined up, like Keto, where he could maybe somehow draw a bingo that starts with the I. But yeah, it's just a very tough situation overall. It's his path to victory is seemingly not there. Um, and this is a very tough spot. I'm gonna And yeah, back to the time thing. I mean, this is a good example of why time management is so important because he's gonna run out of time here, and it probably isn't gonna cost him the game because he's just kind of in a tough spot either way. But if he had 10 more points or something, or his opponent had 10 less points, it would probably be a really trivial decision to play keynote because it's 40 and it would get him right there. But when you go down 8 points and it's your opponent's turn, it's still probably not going to be enough.
Yeah, and this is a really good spot, and obviously it's taking a lot of time, but, when you're in a situation like this, down 48, you're like, "Okay, how am I gonna win this game?" And, Matthew Connor says that Oak, which he has just put on the board, has a real winning chance. Now, I don't see it. Again, maybe I'm blinded by the fact that we know that David has the P and can play FOP up there and kind of take the spot. But you definitely want to take the time to consider, like, okay, like, is it that I play Keto and that he doesn't have a play through that K? Is it playing Oak? Is it do I have to play for the bingo? So Jackson with 328 left, which is still a decent amount of time to play this pre endgame and endgame.
I think that's a stretch. But yes, I'm trying to figure out. So, what would the computer think are his winning paths? Are they 9-letter words that start with KI? If you could, if Matthew could share with us what the Macondo win percentage it says Oak is, that would be interesting. I'm guessing it's a small number, but I could be wrong. But I'm
Yeah, I
speculating that it
don't
would
think
be
I
about
ran.
3%.
Yeah, I don't think I ran championship player on that position. So
So this is a very great way to start off the day. We have 6 games ahead today, and Jackson could have essentially wrapped up the tournament with a win in this first game, but it's looking like he's going to have to wait a little longer to declare victory, and that'll keep things a little bit more interesting for us because competition is good and we're here for it. Now David is going to go ahead and play FOP. Looks pretty straightforward to me, and it's going to leave 2 tiles in the bag. And now Jackson's going to have to figure out if there's any interesting paths to victory. And he will not have much time to do it as his clock is at 3 minutes to go.
yeah, like Oak gave him about a 10%, exactly 10% per championship player. Make do with that info what you will. But FOP for David for 26 gives him what should be a comfortable enough lead of 422 to 380. And now, is there some sort of miracle bingo that you can fish for here? Maybe some 9 through the KI. Certainly doesn't look that way.
Yeah, it'll be interesting to see what he comes up with, but at this point, he's more or less winging it because he realizes that he doesn't have enough time to do too many permutations. And this is a funny game because you look at the board and you see there's 5 bingos on the board. And if you knew that Jackson is the one that played the triple triple, you'd figure, oh, well, he's just going to win this game because there's 5 bingos on the board. One of them is a triple triple, that's his, but the other 4 bingos all by David. So looks like David is going to squeak out the win here and keep things interesting for us.
And all on consecutive turns, by the way, not to turns 2 through 5. Bingo, Bango, Bongo, Irving, I believe, is the common nomenclature relating to an episode of Gilligan's Island, which I confess that I have not seen. So, if anybody in the chat has any better terms for what a fourth bingo in a row is called, but yeah, David, obviously got some very good tiles. Slay the Dragon. I don't know if that's a Midwest related term, but that's what we call it when you beat somebody who has tripled on you. Um, but so obviously drawing good tiles, but he's also played them quite well, I feel like.
Absolutely. He has got to get some credit where it's due for making the finds of Garblers, which apparently I would have missed. So good on David for executing and playing at a high level this game.
I'm curious if that gets brought up at the end, and if David was 100% sure of that, or just figured that it was worth the chance since that was his only playable bingo, and there really wasn't a good option B there.
Yeah, so Jackson essentially just throws in the towel, realizing there's not much merit to doing something that leaves one or two or one in the bag. Because yeah, just the unseen tiles. David has to have something that can block it, and the board is just walled off completely everywhere. So he's just gonna play to minimize the losing spread and live to fight another day. And his 15 game winning streak has come to an end.
Yeah. Then and only, who I believe is Vinitha Belasingam, but I could be wrong. Please correct me if I am. Says bingo, bango, bongo, bungo, which I guess makes sense, just putting different vowels in that spot.
Yeah, that makes sense for sure. Since you mentioned Vinitha, this will be a good time for me to mention that we are 2 weeks away from the Causeway Challenge in Bangkok, Thailand. That is going to be broadcast on the Let's Play Scrabble channel. And not only is it going to be broadcast on the Let's Play Scrabble channel, there will be a 3 concurrent streams, which means a lot of Nigel Richards, a lot of high level plays, and the field in Causeway is the best field in the history of tournament Scrabble. There are 7 players that are 2100 strength or more. There are 40 players that are 2000 strength or more. It's going to be 36 games over a 4-day period, 9 games a day, no finals, just pure tournament Scrabble. And you should tune in to Let's Play Scrabble on May 29th because that is when the tournament starts.
Yes, thank you very much for mentioning that. Causeway Challenge, huge tournament. It makes me wish that Bangkok was not almost exactly 12 hours opposite me, such that it starts at 9:30 for those on an Eastern time zone in America. So I may be catching up a lot the next day, but what a coup for Let's Play Scrabble to be the streaming home for the Causeway Challenge.
Absolutely. So David's gonna use the excess time he has here to find the best endgame sequence. If you're sitting in David's spot, it's not likely you're gonna win the tournament still, but it is quite likely you're gonna be competing for second place at the end, and every spread point is gonna count in the logjam of the standings that starts at the second place juncture. So he's gonna take his time here and try to find a sequence that looks good.
And a friend of the channel, Penumbra, is playing Causeway, not in that Premier division, but she'll be one of the, I believe, 500 players is what organizer Michael Tang is shooting for, or maybe already has.
Yeah, it was at 500, but now it's not because an assortment of logistical issues has eliminated a lot of the field for travel purposes.
Hmm.
Alas, it'll still be a ginormous field and a great tournament.
All right, so I assume we're sticking with Jackson next round. Just look to see who he is going to play. He's playing Billy Nakamura for the third time. Again, Billy playing Ben Lamb. So if he wins that one, both David and Billy will be 3 games and a lot of spread behind Jackson. Obviously, this this actually kind of helps Jackson a little bit because like if he had lost by by 100 or more, then you get potential spread situation, Gibsonization, the practice of deciding when somebody has clinched a tournament is really complicated when you have somebody who's 1,200 spread points ahead with 4 rounds to go. If they have the 4 game lead, it's like, well, yes, technically they could lose those 4 games by a combined 600, but it's so unlikely that they have essentially clinched. So again, we'll kind of keep you posted. The number crunchers will determine when Jackson is Gibsonized, but we know it will not be right now, as there are will be 5 games to go and Jackson will be 3 games ahead.
Indeed. And yeah, it looks like this was a great game. Both players playing very well. It is a little bit easier when you're kind of having bingo draws and things like that most of the turns, but credits where it's due. Both players, to my knowledge, have not made any big mistakes. And let's back up and look at that play when Jackson dropped NI for Nit. Now, is it likely that Macondo is going to have said Nit is the right play? Probably not, but who cares what Macondo says? It's a very clever play because he's thinking on that higher level. That's what makes him a 2100 player. That's what makes him 3-time World Cup champion and more, and probably soon to be a national champion one of these years. You got to figure. When he played Nit, he had the K. He had a really good chance of hitting a 50-plus point word there if he just draws one of the A's or draws the C. There probably was some other draws that got him there too. I can't remember at the time, but it was a very clever play. And he took one look at the bag and said, my opponent can only block this essentially if he has the S. And if he doesn't have the S, he's going to have to just drop a tile like next to the TI for like no points just to block it. So I'm just, the more I thought about that play in retrospect, I wanted to give him credit for that and bring it up again to have a little strategy discussion.
That's a good point because it all kind of happened so fast, and I was still wondering myself now that you brought it up, like, was that just a little bit too fancy? Like, when your opponent has the S, do you just lose way too often? Should he have just played Yurth and again just kind of played it standard? But it sounds like you liked. I mean, I certainly like the idea behind it. I just wonder if maybe the timing was a bit off there, but it sounds like you really liked it.
Yeah, given the configuration of the board, it was just so bleak to win other ways. Um, so that was a really good play. Fully endorsed.
It would be interesting to look at a sim of that one. Meanwhile, they're playing the end game. Add up top for David, any for Jackson, one of those boards. They're very close boards, so this will be a drawn out end game. David playing FE, making Kif and Air. Jackson playing ANE. Not even sure this UT goes out. Is this a B stick situation? You don't see those that often.
Yeah, I can't say I've been paying attention to this endgame, but yeah, it looks like you are correct. There it will be a
No,
B stick.
currently no
And
playable. But what is Jackson doing with that U as well? I guess he has up. So yeah, he can draw this out a little bit more. If there was ever an end game that you just wanted to play fast and not worry about spread when you have a 1500 spread point lead on the field, this would be it. But so we'll see if Jackson just I don't even see the 2 tile outplay anyway. So sounds like we'll see the seldom seen B stick here in our first game on stream this morning.
yeah, seldom indeed. Gotta love closed boards. And hopefully in our next round we can see some exposure to the northeastern quadrant.
Yeah, Tar Heel Fish asking what happened to Jason. I'm right here. I assume that's referring to Jason Lee, who was kind of a bit of a co-favorite uh, with Jackson here.
Yeah, Jason had some sort of injury from what I understand, and he is fine, but he alas did drop out, and hopefully he can recover in a timely fashion.
Yeah, I was gonna say, I was just looking at the standings. I was like, I don't see Jason, so did not realize that Jason had to end his tournament early. We featured him quite a bit on stream on day one, so great guy too. So obviously hoping for the best for him.
See, I didn't expect David to unload the clip on his time, but here we are.
Certainly.
Use it or lose it, right?
So that also helps a lot when you just have kind of what my friend likes to call a pick 'em and play 'em game, where you just pick them out of the bag and you play them, and that's kind of how it went with the garblers, duelers sequence, just kind of pretty simple stuff. Let's see, the I went between the V and the A for Via. So that's 6, dot and toy. Jackson. The N underneath for 3, and then Jackson going out with up for 4, and I'm sure they'll be catching up on the scoring, given the speed with which those last plays went down. 475 for David, 454 for Jackson. Let's cut to overhead Mike.
So I think it was a mistake on my end as well. Probably.
How sure are you about this?
80%, let's say. And it's good. Yeah, I liked it. But I didn't want to like it. Yeah. Tough.
So I move up in the group of 35.
Sorry?
I move up in the group of 35.
You too, yeah.
Like way up.
Yeah, I don't know. I might have had a better shot. I hated all my options.
What, sticking my F?
No, more like before. Even with oak, I don't know. I hated the position. I was just kind of hoping you had all vowels. I'd draw like all the scoring stuff and just squeak it out. It's hard. I don't know. I was kind of banking the game on this play. Setting up the K.
Right. That's why I had to play it.
Yeah, I know, of course. Or I was hoping to block for small and I could hit over you.
Square it?
Yeah, you want to submit the score?
Oh, right.
You got it.
I'm just happy you're doing this.
You win?
Excited to win. He's offering to square before submitting the scores. So.
No, I'm not sure this works. This has been giving me issues. But try it.
I think they're discussing score submitting via the phone logistics. So I think that does it. Like Jackson said, basically pinned his hopes on a big K play with making Gink. Unfortunately for him, David having the C and the S there, playing Cants, scoring a bunch, killing the board, and Jackson could not make up that deficit. A nice little 454 loss to start the day. Nice little B stick to start the day. You don't see that too often. So Joey bringing some good energy here to the stream, and hopefully we can get 5 more fun ones like that.
Absolutely, yeah. The B stick is something you may not see again for years, but when you have a tight board, any stick is possible, even the E. And I have seen, or at least heard about, an E stick before. Wow. I can't reference the game or who played it, but to my knowledge, an E stick actually has happened.
I executed an R stick to win a game, but that's my only obscure stick story. So you haven't done it yourself, but you have heard that it has happened.
Yeah, off my top of my head, I feel like this was a Mac Meller thing, but I could be wrong. I'll have to investigate. If he's watching, maybe he could confirm or deny this memory I have. So if possible, could we cut over to the Collins standings so we can see how that is unfolding? That's a real logjam up there. We got a lot of people with good records, and in the back half of this afternoon, assuming Jackson doesn't lose every game, we're going to be featuring the Collins division, which is going to be quite competitive.
One day we'll see the blank stick. We can always dream. But yeah, here's our Collins division standings with most games in. Adam Logan's game is not, so that's why you can see he only has 16 games, while the rest of them have 17. Josh Sokol, who you saw making a little cameo, observing that postmortem in the background, the only player with 13 wins. But Noah Slatkoff with the best spread in the division and 1 game behind at 12-5. Matthew Tunnicliffe, also 12-5 with a very strong spread as well. So certainly looking like the top 4 seeds will be battling it out amongst themselves this afternoon. Also, yeah, shout out to Mohammed Suleiman, also 12-5 and not to be discounted as well.
Yes, Mohammed from the great state of Louisiana. Just had to mention that. And yeah, you might notice Josh Sokol on top there, 13-4 in first place for now. But it goes to show just how crazy the swings are in this game. Josh was 6-4. He was playing on the stream, and he looked like he was going to lose in that round 11 when he was on the stream. Not only did he weasel his way out of that one, but he's won every game since and is in first place. So if Josh hadn't played Kier instead of Kiev, he might not be sitting in first place. So just goes to show how unbelievably wild the variance and the swings are in this game we all love so much.
Yeah, I was gonna say if any Scrabble fans who weren't with us yesterday, definitely find Josh's game against Justin Morris yesterday. A very unlikely, a very improbable comeback. It was a very interesting game, which had all sorts of twists and turns and a lot of unique situations. But like Joey said, he played KIER instead of playing KIEV. You're supposed to keep the R instead of the V, and as a result, he ended up drawing into Lady Love when, if he had made the quote unquote correct play, wouldn't have had any bingos at all. Then proceeded to pull another bingo out of the bag, but in an incredible rarity for Josh, missed that bingo. So co-commentator Matt Canick and I were left speechless for a lot of that game, and not exactly sure what to say or why the stuff that was happening.
Gotta love it. Gotta love it. But Josh, he's a master of the metagame, and he always is a danger to find a way to win.
All right, I was wondering if we were sticking around. Obviously, Jackson is done and probably only needs a couple minutes to be ready. Not sure if Billy is done yet. We can do a quick break, or actually, let's just do a quick break. Yeah. We'll be back in a couple minutes with round 18 of Montreal Scrabblefest. Jackson Smylie versus Billy Nakamura. All right, welcome back to Let's Play Scrabble's coverage of Montreal Scrabblefest. Jason Idolski and Joey Krafchick. You can see that both players are ready at the streamed board. We have Billy Nakamura going first against Jackson Smylie. Again, Jackson 15-0 against the rest of the field, but 0-2 against David Spolter, who certainly seems to have his number and had his number last game with 4 consecutive bingos, overcoming Jackson's triple-triple, winning a thrilling 475 to 454 game. So now, as we look at the standings, that was a very quick look at the standings. Billy is not 12-6; he is 12-5. Everybody has played 15 or 17 games here. A little glitch in the matrix there. So yeah, 5-0, whoa, 5-0, and Jackson averaging 518. So has scored 500 in 4 of his 5 games against Billy. So Billy desperately looking to change the situation here. Billy has not even scored 400 against him. That is mastery.
Yeah, this is an uncanny set of games in their small sample of tournament games. Billy certainly has to have that in the back of his mind and hoping for some regression to the mean, if you want to call it that. And here we go. These players are ready. They've shaken hands. Billy in Montreal, all the way from the Bay Area, casual 4,500-kilometer distance, but didn't stop him from showing up. And if he can get a win this round, he can make the standings quite interesting. So we'll see if he can pull it out.
Yeah, how well do you know Billy? Because I confess to not knowing him much. I've seen his name, in chat on other streams, but I don't know that I've ever actually met him in person.
Yeah, I don't know him that well, but I know he likes all the Bay Area sports. He likes Scrabble. He likes the Crescent City Cup. And I know he doesn't like having 6 vowels on his opening rack. And what was his consonant? Was it an H?
It was an H, yes. So he's throwing back A-A-E-E-H-I and leaving the E. So I was just about to ask you, would you leave E-H there? Would you leave just the H? What are you keeping on that exchange?
Yeah, so I'm getting a little emotional right now. I'm shedding a few tears because while I don't think Scrabble should be have very many absolutes, I would say that exchanging the H there is not what you want to do. The H is such a good tile, and when you exchange 5 versus 6, it makes a little bit of a difference because the more tiles you exchange, yeah, there's some turnover. Yeah, he drew the blank as a result. We're being a little results oriented, but at the end of the day, you kind of want to keep that balance. And when you keep EH, 1 vowel, 1 consonant, you're more likely to have a good rack next turn. Whereas if you're turning over 6 tiles, more openings for bad draws. So Jackson here is going to go ahead and play Ood, which looks pretty straightforward.
Yeah, he had Oho
And
set up. Did you like Ood or did you like Oho? I kind of preferred Oho, but I tend to be kind of leave obsessed with those opening turns.
yeah, so this is pretty surprising. I hadn't had a time to think about it because I was going on my soapbox about the H's. But yeah, I think Ood is a mistake. I think you want to play short, not give your opponent much back. If you play Oho with the first O on the star, no back S for Oho. So that would be somewhat defensive. You could parallel it or hook it on the front with Boho or Coho, but at the end of the day, I think he would have wanted to keep ADES, which is a very nice bingo-centric leave. But alas, he's going for the points, and it cost him because he got punished with his opponent happening to have the J, which is unlucky that he hit him for 50 there, but yeah.
So Jackson now on his turn, he's got Yaw set up. They might be trading 40-point plays here. Billy getting 48 out of the J. Jackson can play Yaw or U, making YEH and either AWE or EWE. Certainly seems that Yaw is the clear-cut play here.
Yeah, I think it won't be too long before he pulls the trigger. He just wants to make sure he thinks it through. Of course, the YEH spot is delicious and is going to score a lot, but he's just taking a second to look at the plays that hook the back of JO because they also score nicely, but not as much. So just making sure he is thorough and quickly comes to the right conclusion that he's going to play you. So now this is an interesting thing. Why do we think Jackson played you instead of yaw?
No, I was just about to ask you the same thing because I cannot figure it out myself.
um, yeah, I'm gonna have to figure that out later because nothing's. I think maybe, yeah, I don't know. Maybe the fact that no a, no that, yeah, I'm blanking. I'm blanking.
All right, all right. Well, if you're lost, then I don't feel so bad. Maybe somebody in chat can help us out on that. Billy, with who's not been able to draw vowels and consonants at the same time this game, opening rack 6 vowels and has not drawn a vowel since in the 9 tiles that he's picked. So now he's got a nice balanced lead. But Jackson has found the other blank, so we will have split blanks this game. Not much going on here. It looks like he's got the UI set up over there, maybe wanting to fish and open the board with Dewey for 4. No really great, not no really great home, no not really any home that I'm seeing for that Z. So, so Joey, what are you doing here? Is it Dewey or is there something I'm missing?
Yeah, I was actually focused on Billy's blank bingos because blank bingos on Aerolith are my favorite 9 minutes of the day. I just have to throw it out there. But yeah, I think that Dewey makes sense. This is a kind of funny situation with his rack where he doesn't actually have candidate plays otherwise. So Jackson's probably kind of like, huh, am I going to exchange maybe? Am I going to just play Dewey for 4? I don't really think Dewey for 4 actually really accomplishes anything. So I would maybe exchange IIU, but it's all pretty marginal. And I've come to the conclusion as well that Jackson played you instead of Yaw for the very minuscule defensive value that comes with you versus Yaw because Yaw takes the back N and the L. So that is my final answer.
Okay. That would explain it. I still feel like I would play Yaw, but Jackson knows far more about Scrabble than me. So meanwhile, like I said, Billy with the balanced rack, EOOLST blank. Do you like coolest to throw the C out in space? Or what bingo choices are you seeing here that you like?
Yeah, I think in this situation, coolest hooking you, it's going to score enough more to where you're definitely going to want to play that, and especially from where Billy is standing or sitting rather. You want to increase the volatility. You're the underdog, and yeah, at the end of the day, putting the C in the triple triple isn't exactly a crazy volatile thing to do. But I think there actually is a little bit of merit maybe to playing coolest and Jot, because that score is just about the same. So we'll see what Billy decides to do. I think now that I think about it, I think coolest and Jot might actually make a little more sense because that hotspot where JO is pretty good one. Obviously, one of the Ys and Ws each are burned, but that spot will be taken soon enough. So I think there's some merit to just eliminating it, whereas the S hook to YEW isn't really a very relevant thing. So that's probably roughly what he's thinking about. And it looks like he's agreeing with my reasoning as he's going to pull the trigger on coolest and Jot.
All right. Coolest and Jot scoring 71. The most he could get was 74, but that was involved hooking you and throwing something in the triple line. So definitely worth the 3-point sacrifice. Doesn't look like we need blank cam for this one. I think C is the only letter this can be. So one, but but our producer is on top of it and will confirm anyway for us. Thank you much. Now a size blank for Jackson. Obviously, he can play. It looks like only the one playable bingo, but boy, does it score a lot.
I haven't seen it yet. What is it?
It is azotizes through
Oh, right,
either
right,
of
right.
those, and you would obviously want to play it through the first O since that will score 102. Of course, Jackson lost a game last game where he tripled for 131. So normally, scoring 100 on a turn is a pretty good indicator of victory, but that has not proven true so far this morning.
Yeah, odds are Jackson is going to come up with azotizes. He's probably just trying to make sure there's nothing else that hits the double from the other O. So that's going to give him a nice little lead, but he, of course, as we know, will not be out of the woods or anything close to that yet, as Billy has a good rack still, and azotizes is going to yield some decent scoring options for Billy. And without further ado, Jackson has made his play.
And Billy's got that look on his face like, this is why I'm 0-5 against this guy. I have to deal with a rack of 6 vowels, then I have to deal with a rack of no vowels, and I finally get a bingo down. It just gives him a spot to play for 100. I think we all have opponents like that just we can't seem to do anything right against.
Yeah, everybody has a Scrabble daddy. It's just a thing. So here I'm seeing so far, Billy can drop Axe and Jota for a nice score, leaving AINRT, which is exceedingly likely to bingo next turn with this nice open board. Are you seeing any better options than Axe?
No, X looks like a pretty clear and obvious play, and Billy has made it quite quickly.
Yes, indeed. So Jackson has picked up the Q, but conveniently, he's going to be able to play Cat up top for a nice 40-point score. And that will really put him in a good position here because it's mucking up the E and the S's and the I. And that's one step closer to getting this board closed within a few turns. While it might have seemed very open a second ago, these things can change fast in this game.
Yeah, and what a great response to a fish by your opponent to be able to not just score 41, which you were probably going to do anyway, but also block all of those floaters for 8s. Now the eye was not in the greatest position, but that stopped stuff through the S's or the E later in the game. So 41 for Jackson. Billy will take a lead temporarily though, as he has picked Rain out of the bag, which plays off of that A in azotizes. Nothing else playable on this board. So are you just taking the 3 extra points and putting it up top as opposed to down below, I assume?
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, like I said, Billy is going to want to go for volatility. And it's going to completely matter which one he does because Jackson has Ben No Mill, as he quickly found. And if he played it below, it would have actually played, but it looks like it's not going to go down in this spot. So while Jackson was feeling great a second ago after his 100-point bingo and then a 40-point key play, he actually finds himself trailing. So we're off to the races here from Quebec.
I was going to say I was way behind on the score updates there for a bit, and I told myself that I was going to get better about that and get into a good routine so that I was never behind on the score. But these guys are playing so fast that it's very difficult to keep up. So 224 for Billy, 209 for Jackson, only down 15 and some good options. Even though the bingo does not play, you probably have to do a little bit of a bingo funeral, as I like to call it. Still got Binomial set up on his rack, but he does have some good non-bingo options on this turn. Barrel for 42 through the R and rain out seems to be standard. Could also play Lammy or Balmy for 40. That ONE leave is not great though. You're also putting that Y where Billy can use the A column. I assume it's barrel here that you're liking.
Yeah, definitely. Barrel for 42 is going to be the right play. But this is a turn where we're going to see Jackson take some time because, these are good letters. There's Yeah, I mean, the board isn't open now, like I was saying a few minutes ago, but there's enough spots on the board to look at where there's going to be, a lot of consideration. So this isn't a kind of turn you're going to want to play fast. You're going to want to look, be thorough. And one consideration with barrel is that barrel takes the back INE, and that could be a factor in this game because that would be a nice score. Yeah, it's not that many points, but it's enough to where you have to be cognizant of it. And in this specific situation, Jackson, that advantages Jackson more because it's more likely he's going to spot it. Although now that I'm looking, barreling is 7,000 probs. So I think Billy is probably going to be on that. So that'll be an interesting development to see if Jackson pulls the trigger on barrel and then whether the extension ends up being a factor in this game later on.
Very good point. But yeah, so now Jackson, for the second great game, has watched his opponent really run his clock, Billy, with fairly obvious plays on just about every turn. It seems like more than half of his time so far was taken up on deciding which bingo to play with the coolest rack, but it was had a clear exchange, had a clear 48 for the J, then had a clear exchange, and then with the only playable bingo here being a fairly high prob obvious one, Jackson again has to start worrying about time a little bit as he may be under 15 minutes after he makes this play.
Yeah, this is uncanny, the resemblance to that first game. Both players with blank bingos, back-to-back turns. Both players playing pretty fast to start, but then, yeah, like you said, Jackson kind of slipping below on the time thing. But yeah, like I said, I think this is a good turn to elect to use your time because, making the right play is very important, and it's not so clear and obvious that he knows what the right play is, and the longer he goes here without playing anything, the more I'm thinking he hasn't seen barrel, and then I just speak it right into existence. So what do I know?
Right, so now he's got barrel set up. Again, I would expect it to hit the board fairly shortly. Can also do the thing where he plays binomial through the N in rain out and then just puts N on top of rain out to prove that he had a bingo that just got blocked. But barrel for 42. Jackson will take the lead back. And Billy dealing with the double D and the triple E over here. CDD triple E O. Is there a good spot for decode, or does he have something better here?
Yeah, this rack is pretty junky. It's looking like something very sad, like coned is going to be his best play in this situation. He's down a few points, but overall he's feeling good that he's still in this game after surviving the 100-point Z play, Z bingo, and the Q bomb. But yeah, he's going to want to work towards getting a more balanced rack, and his tiles do not jibe with almost any section of the board. So it looks like he's kind of been confined to playing right there. And actually, yeah, this is the right play. I didn't see that. So yeah, just playing encoded, nice score, gonna get a nice new rack. Or he's gonna leave the D off so he can himself take that spot. And while that might not be standard, you know what? I like it. He needs a little volatility. He needs a little volatility, and that DE synergy is pretty good. So I like this play by Billy.
I like it too. I'm just kind of looking at the hook tiles and how many of those are still available. I think the fact that there are 5 R's makes me like it a little bit less.
Yeah, I think that's a pretty good counterpoint.
I certainly love the idea.
Yeah, so on one hand, plays there where the R hooking aren't going to kill him. They won't score a ton. But yeah, I think when you look and see that there's literally 5 R's, That is actually pretty uncanny. And because I haven't studied in 9 months, it didn't actually immediately register with me that encoder is a word. But if I had given it a little thought, I probably would have realized that. But alas, Billy has made a decision, and Jackson has none of the 5 R's. So he's going to have to figure out what it is he wants to do. Similar to last turn, nice balanced rack with scoring tiles, but several options. He has Gamp in the top right, which looks like a nice option. He also can play Gamp to the left of Encode, which would obstruct the board in a way that he probably wants to, but this is a tough situation because he's only up 9, and got to be careful because if he starts playing defense and plays Gamp there to stop the Encode plays, he could find himself in a pickle if Billy somehow bingos and he falls into a hole.
Yeah, when he had Gamp set up, I assumed that was a long encode to the left there, making go, add, and me. He's now got Pong set up, which is a nice idea, also playing to the left. However, I don't know if that's the block. It's not the greatest block because, you know, you do have words that go RG, you do have words that go DG. You know, we can see that Billy, if he had one more D after Pong, would be able to play Dredge there. So I'm not sure which of I think that Jackson is really going to put a priority on taking that spot out. So he does go with Pong. Does good things for his M as well, where that sets up. So you know, could have played POM in that same spot, although that doesn't really block. You know, it blunts the encode hook. It does not totally block it. So Pong for Jackson, he extends his lead to 7-8 to 2-4-2. And Billy with one of those teaser racks that make no 7s on a board that is not amenable to 8s, but he makes a very nice find here. His highest scoring play of Kindar, extending QI to open the board up.
Yeah, beautiful find by Billy here. He had no available bingos, but this is going to be his standout play by leaps and bounds, and him finding it quick is also a very advantageous thing because he's putting that time pressure back on Jackson, who's now more than 7 minutes behind Billy on the clock, and that could come into be a factor later.
Yeah, Billy's had 8 turns this game, and how many has he played in 15 seconds or less? I feel like it's been at least 4, if not 5. So yeah, back on Jackson, whose clock is dwindling toward 10 minutes, and a very, very, very bad draw into MATIIMO. How is he getting out of this?
Yeah, it looks like he doesn't have anything from the R. He could play something like Ratio, but that's not so delicious. So I don't think he's going to do that. He could do something like AM, where Pong is, and that's a nice overlap for points, but that doesn't leave great. But yeah, as you said, it's a bad draw, and when you have bad draws in Scrabble, a lot of the time you're not going to be getting out of having a bad rack in one turn. So anything he does here is going to not be the sexiest leave, but I have full confidence that Jackson will figure out what is most likely the best play, which of course we're still speculating on. And this is an interesting game here. We have all the JQXZ gone, both blanks out, both blanks are gone, and now the case S is on Billy's rack. So Billy here is feeling pretty good having the case S in a close, tight game. And if the R remains open from Kindar, he's going to have a really good option of Rebec, which will leave ERS and open up the board. So if Jackson doesn't play Ratio or something that blocks the R, which is likely, Billy's going to have a nice play here. But yeah, it looks like Jackson did find the right play, which I did not see certainly. And Meow is going to score 20 and balances her rack very nicely.
Yeah, no really stout plays there. Meow is just as good as anything it looked like, as you mentioned. BC triple ERS. A nice way to get rid of Rebecca, or the EBEC, score 30, open the board, keep ERS, and like you said, Billy probably becomes the favorite in this game, especially holding on to the case S after that, and especially when Jackson draws UT, or UV rather, to go with his MIT.
Yeah, so the fact that Billy hasn't already played Rebec makes me think maybe he hasn't seen it, maybe he doesn't know it, but in any case, Jackson is his average in their series of 500 points a game is going to be decreasing at least a little bit as this game unfolds, and he has to look down the barrel of the GTTI VUM rack, which is very unfortunate.
Also, interesting comment in chat. So we're playing the WoW dictionary, but if we were playing in CSW, when Jackson had that binomial rack, BENOMYL, Emboli on top of Rainout makes ERMABION and LO, but it's the YU that is not good in this dictionary. But I can't even count that high as to how many Emboli as a 6-tile overlap of Rainout would have scored.
Yeah, see, it looks like that would have been 63, I think.
I feel like it's more than that.
Let's see, 21. Oh, sorry, 73. Yeah.
There we go. That sounds right.
Yeah, that is uncanny and nice spot there by whoever spotted it. And while we were in the tank the last minute, I did notice that for next turn, Jackson actually does have a pretty good situation relatively in that top right area. He can play Vug, which nicely will get those junky tiles off his rack while scoring, which will introduce a very interesting problem. So I don't know what the word I was looking for there is, but the only hook for VAS is the K, and if he plays Vug in the top right next turn, we could have a situation where whoever draws the K first could suddenly be the favorite.
Yeah, I was gonna say after deliberately setting up the K last game, if Jackson plays Vug or Vum up there, he would undeliberately be setting up the K this game and not having it on his rack. I guess if you don't have it, there are ways. Obviously a lot of front hook tiles to UTE. We know that Billy has 2 of them in the B and the C, so you could probably take care of that spot if you did not have the K. But it would certainly lead to another very interesting dynamic in this game. Meanwhile, the longer Billy goes without playing Rebecca, which is a fairly obvious play, the more I think that he's either just spacing on it or quite possibly does not know the word. It's not one that you're going to come across that often unless you're very devoted in your 5 studies. So could set up the X or the S rather, his S, by playing. I assume this is pronounced Zebek. XEBEC, one of those weird power tile 5s that you remember. I actually remember, I think it's a kind of ship in a bottle, one of those for which I remember the definition. So could have gone that route, set up the case S. Instead, he will fish with BE, which is not bad in terms of plays, though, but he may regret not knowing Rebecca later on.
Yeah, pretty big blow there to his win percentage, but alas, he's still in it, and it might not cost him the game, so we'll have to see. But if he does end up losing, yeah, he'll look back and say, crap, I should have played Rebec. And
Meanwhile, as you
Jackson,
mentioned, so after he plays KE, I think Jackson can pretty safely assume that he doesn't have the K, given that Ken is a word. However, Billy has just drawn the K. So if Vug or Vum come down here, Creek is absolutely going to hit like a truck, and Jackson has Vug set up on his rack.
yeah, so that just is a great drop in the bucket of the amazing swings of this game. I mean, 2-tile draw the K. Jackson's probably going to play Vug as he has it lined up. Although, for the last few minutes, he had Gummy seemingly lined up, which would play through the M and Meow for a nice score. But he probably doesn't want to do that because of the VTT leave. But what do I know? That's what he's doing. And it might just be that sixth sense intuition that he didn't want to play on that top right and introduce that volatility of the K hook.
So Jackson, who had Vug set up on his rack, thinks better of it. Props to Joel Davey in chat for pointing out that we've been talking actually a little bit about the IUM combo. It seems to keep coming up on stream. If Jackson had one of the L's, he could have extended beryl to beryllium, the chemical element. So actually might have been a little tempting with two L's if he had a good option with the other four tiles to leave IUM. Instead, he gets rid of IUM, scores well. Also kind of mucks up the board a bit for Billy, who does not have a playable bingo here. Do you think he should just cash in that case S and take the 41 points with Esker? Also has a nice fishing idea of extending DUI to Duiker, playing off the KER, giving yourself a nice S hook and R to play through and drawing into CERS. Joey, do you like one of those plays or do you like something else?
Yeah, so this is a fun turn. Duiker is a very tough thing to spot. But yeah, that looks like what would be the best play. But because Billy has the case S, there is some merit / fun for the content play of what if he just from the R and Kendar plays Wreck and just like makes Jackson have to block it. That could be a thing. But the downside of that, of course, you're leaving 2 R's on your rack and there's still 2 unseen. So that's not so good. And it does go to show, you know, Scrabble is a fickle game. When you miss Rebec, that's a mistake that isn't just a one-turn mistake. He's now in this situation where he's possibly going to make more mistakes because this is a hard turn. Seeing Esker and Gummies, seeing Duiker, those are really hard things to find. But he wouldn't have been in this predicament had he found Rebec. So that is a good lesson of sorts for all of you watching, that 4s and 5s, those are the bread and butter of this game. Most of your plays will not be bingos, so it is imperative that 2s, 3s, 4s, and 5s and the hooks are something you seriously prioritize because most of your plays will be in those range.
Yeah, and actually Esker going way down in Sim here. It looks like the star play here that Sim really likes is Urk from the I in Dewey, again setting up the S. Now again, that works against a computer. Jackson will obviously know after Urk that Billy has the S, and although in this case with the A being his only vowel and having 3 T's in the V, even if he knows that Billy is setting up the S, he might not be able to do much about it here.
Yeah, this game is getting interesting pretty quick. Billy had a pretty large advantage on time a few turns ago, but the last 2 turns he's been in the tank and things are balancing back out. So he's more or less lost that advantage that he had, but he still has a decent position here with that case S. It'll be interesting to see what he plays here. And at this point, we have really no way of speculating on what that might be. But Jackson over there sitting with LTTTRVA is not feeling great. I can tell you that.
Oh, certainly not. And I think one of the beauties of Rec is that with the C there, you can't underlap it. You the only way to block it is to play through the K. It's not like if it was REEK, for example, where you can play something underneath. So putting the C there is very interesting. It's actually simming quite well, but not nearly as well as Ick or Irk. It actually likes Ick better than Irk, which is weird because I feel like the CEERS leave is way better than leaving EERS. But maybe given this board configuration, EERS just draws into bingos more often.
Yeah, and I think here I'm going to speculate that Billy is considering playing Gummy, hooking the E, because Gummy with an IE ending is plausible. Certainly a lot more plausible than the phony bingo that he just played and is going to get challenged off. And he has hit his clock, and Jackson has held, and I imagine any second now we will be going to watch the wordjudge.me cam.
And indeed, as predicted, Billy takes a chance on Wrecker's that will wreck his chances to win the game. A big lifeline to Jackson now that he knows exactly what Billy has.
Yeah, big swing here. Tough run out here for Billy, who isn't dead in the water yet, but his odds of winning, which were pretty solid a few turns ago, have shrunk. So now I imagine we're going to see Jackson take a few minutes, because when you have perfect knowledge of your opponent's rack, that's a thing. So
Yeah, yeah. Because so phonically, the best play statically is VATS in that top right corner, but you can't play that now.
yeah, and what do I know? I mean, I was gonna say that, yeah, he is already down to 7 minutes. He might not want to take a lot of time on this turn, but for whatever reason, he is very confident that ATT is the right play, and he's gonna take a 60-point lead on this board. And he did draw a vowel. He really just needed to draw one to not be totally screwed next turn. But his rack is still pretty junky, and he is not out of the woods yet.
Yeah, I think ATT is pretty standard. I can see why he played that right away.
And here we go. The play he maybe should have played last turn is having the trigger pulled on it, and Jackson is going to have a little gut check here, because what can he realistically do to deal with that spot? He really can't do much. And it appears that Billy has drawn into discerns, and if he can find it and not have the spot blocked, that's going to score huge. But he does have it in 2 spots, so this game is about to get really interesting if Billy can find discerns when it is his turn.
Where does okay, Decerns. I was thinking discerns would need 2 S's. I was thinking Discerns through that I in gummy, and thinking he only has 1 S, not 2 S's. So
Yeah, that's what you call a homonym. Is that right?
I can never remember the difference between homonym and homophone. So maybe somebody in the chat can tell me how
Yeah,
they keep them straight, because I don't know.
yeah. I didn't graduate college, so what do I know? But yeah, so Jackson here looking at playing Billy. Looks like he's going to play it pretty quick, and obviously now he's kind of forced to play the rest of his turns quickly as this clock dwindles, and that effect will be in place for Billy too, who doesn't have that much more time. So if Billy can find discerns, he's going to be right in this game, and it's going to be down to the wire. But he has not lined it up on his rack, so I'm kind of concerned that he has not seen it. He did spot rednecks, which is yeah, I think it's valid in both.
It would not have fit anyway. The I and gummy would have gotten in the way.
I think it would have fit barely. Let's see. Yeah.
No, you're right. Sorry, I'm having spatial issues. Yes, it would have barely fit.
Redneck is one of the words that was expurgated and then re-added, it looks like, but nonetheless, if Billy cannot come up with discerns here, that is going to be part of a devastating string of turns that have not gone his way.
Yeah, he was in good shape in this game, and then just a bunch of not major. Well, I guess wreckers, playing a phony bingo is a pretty big thing, but Rebecca followed by wreckers, and then if he missed discerns, those are errors that are very hard to overcome, especially against a player of Jackson's caliber.
Yeah, the better your opponent is, the smaller the margin of error is, and it's looking like that is going to be on full display here. And if Billy doesn't see discerns, which I think at this point is kind of safe to say, what is he going to do? I have no idea. I can only speculate, but whatever his second best play is a very far from being the first best play.
Yeah, and if he does not play discerns, which he may well not know, if he watches this back, he will never forget the five-letter word Rebecca, and he will never forget discerns because yeah, after this turn, now that Jackson's still only with the one vowel, but now a little bit more flexible. If he does not find discerns on this turn, it's going to be very, very hard to see him coming back and winning this game.
Yeah, so one consideration, I suppose, is he could burn the S and play screed or screen, which would score nicely and kind of get him close, but he doesn't want to do that because he's burning that case S. And what is his realistic path to victory after that? I don't think there really is one. So he's in the tank here, trying to figure out what it is that he can do that gives him a feasible shot to win.
We have Fran Silver defeating Michael Fagen in that last round. Great
Any
difference.
team, any Sunday.
Any given Sunday, yes, indeed. Especially in this game where there's such a luck factor.
So one play I did spot just now is in the top right. He could play CESSED, which is actually nice score and leaves NR, which is fine for the situation. But yeah, of course, at this point, we're just kind of listing the candidate plays that are suboptimal, but that is kind of a cute fit there, maybe worth mentioning.
Yeah, that is actually it's I mean, there's also the suggestion of plunking the S down, making Kindars and Jodas for 29, which would be a good play if the scores were reversed, but not as presently constituted. I guess after Cest or something like Sensed or Cistern taking advantage of that Urk hook you just set up, you could outscore him. 11 tiles in the bag. It
Maybe he
certainly looks
does.
like he's pinning his hopes on a bingo here.
Maybe he does something like Rend from the R in Kindar, setting up his S, forcing Jackson to block. And as we're seeing here, of course, Jackson doesn't have a good rack. He would have a hard time dealing with that. So there's a run out here where if Billy maybe plays Rend, leaving CERS, he can have a bingo in both spots and find a way to win this game. And we know that there's some A's in the bag and some other decent letters to go with his leave there. So that could be a thing that works. And yeah, just a few minutes ago, Billy had a 7-minute advantage on time, and in the span of 3 turns, he's used about 13 minutes, and his clock is dwindling.
Yeah, Vinitha pointing out the other barrel extension, Barreline, just the simple INE. So that scores 39. So if you can do something that scores well and keeps NE, you play creds underneath Urks, that's going to be about 30. You draw the eye, you play Barreline for 39. Maybe you can weasel your way back into this game without bingoing.
Yeah, so if Billy was to spot the Barreline hook, he could realistically play creds and Urks, and then he'd actually have like a 70-something% chance of drawing one of those unseen 3 eyes, and that would be a very viable path. But now we have a very interesting development because while he did miss his bingo, which is unfortunate, he did just make a play that Jackson cannot block, and he draws 2 A's on that play, and it doesn't look like he's going to hit it, but an actually clever play there by Billy to make Jackson sweat a little bit more.
Because he can't block this at all.
Yeah, very interesting here. So Jackson looks like he's going to play something like Frigg and IF there. And yeah, he won't take much time there realizing, yeah, I can't block up there. But at this point, I can actually maybe even just outrun these bingos. Even if he hits it, because he knows he has mostly 1-pointers. So, well, he has to see, but
But that's got to be a sick feeling that you can't do anything about it. So you just got to score and hope. And players as good as Jackson, and he still can't do anything about it if it's left open again. Because I could play Vita, but
Yeah,
could play
so a
Vita
bad
too.
draw there. And Billy gonna promptly just play off the 2 tiles he just drew. And because Jackson drew so poorly, if Billy can draw well in this 2-tile draw, we might get into an endgame situation here. And both players are running out of time here. And let's see if Billy can hit.
All right, yeah.
Looks like
So
not.
time for a score update and a rack update. That would come through. There we go. So that remaining pool is accurate from Jackson's perspective. He knows there are 3 tiles in the bag. And I think you just have to play Vita and risk have a 7 consonant rack, although you do also have the spot opposite Kindar. But I just don't see how he can outrun the bingo here.
Yeah, definitely a tough situation here. And he's going to have to make a quick decision because the clock is a factor and it's never easy. So Billy has nothing here that's going to... Oh, wait a second. Okay, this might get interesting because he can play Erks and second. Second is also good with a UND, but this has been kind of a sick little run here where it goes to show you kind of have to know like all the words to see all these options because this game there's been him missing discerns. That's a high probability word. He should have found it, but a lot of the candidate plays on a lot of these turns, like extending DUI to Doiker or other things. Word knowledge. This is Scrabble is a beautiful strategy game, but make no mistake about it, this is a word game first.
Yeah, props to Alexi in chat for pointing out that Askanced in CSW still plays after Frig through that K. That's what Billy had last turn. Not available in this dictionary. There were no playable bingos on that last turn for Billy. Didn't get a chance to get into that as he dumped the AA pretty quickly. Seems pretty standard. Now Jackson, I think, is going to go the Vita route. I think you just have to block the best line and leave one in the bag and hope you draw a vowel. Hope that you don't get outscored. Hope that Jackson or the hope that Billy does not hit that line off of Kindar.
So yeah, Jackson pulls the trigger on Vita, leaving one in the bag, and now he's going to have a little sweat. So we'll see what Billy comes up with, but even if he did know and see second, which would score very nicely, I don't know if that actually can win because he's just down simply too many points.
Vendu scores a lot. That scores 39 and keeps the S in that vein, but I don't know if you catch up. So we need a score update, even though Jackson only scored 7. Those 7 points could prove important. 392 for Jackson, 334 for Billy. And just trying to see if the old championship player says that there are any winning lines here. And it says under perfect play there is not. Oh, I forgot about the U-hook to raise as well.
Yeah, that's a kind of tricky one to see because it's like how often is RASE going to be on a board where you have a chance to hook the U,
It's a very good point. I guess if it would be on the board, it would mostly be like an A, then an S, then maybe like some sort of overlapping play making RAS, and then another overlapping play, in which case you wouldn't probably have that hook wide open to yourself.
So yeah, Billy's down to less than a minute now. He's going to have to make a decision, and I'm not sure what that is going to end up being, but it appears that Jackson Smylie is going to win this game. He's going to take a commanding lead over the field, and it looks like if David Spolter also lost his last round, then Jackson will be effectively Gibsonized with a 4-game lead with 4 to go and oodles of spread. So we'll have to pay attention to that development. If David, well, I don't know if the pairings are prepared for the next round. I'm guessing they aren't, but we could
They
see a
seem
David.
to be from the website.
Okay.
We do not have results of David's game yet, but we do have Jackson playing David, which I guess makes sense, win or lose.
Okay, so yeah, that could work out. But yeah, I'm guessing that there's a chance that we're gonna switch over to Collins for the next game, depending on David's result. But one thing at a time. Billy, unfortunately for him, is now overtime and is not feeling great about the situation, but he'll go ahead and fish. He's going to draw the H out of the bag, which isn't going to do anything for his situation, and that is all she wrote.
Sorry, I was refreshing to see if we had a David result yet. Where did Billy go?
He just dropped the N in the top left for EN and NA for 8.
There we go. Now I see it. So 8 points, keeping Seduce and Irk as a plan B, obviously wanting to draw something for the bingo, probably looking for the R. Not going to find it. Jackson pulling that I, which turned out to be a very important tile, gives him the vowel that he needs. He will also know that that Billy does not have anything playable. Billy also over time, so there's another 10 points off of him. So Jackson will go to 16-2, barring something very, very unforeseen.
Yeah, so Jackson keeps it rolling in his career head-to-head against Billy, entering the game 5-0 lifetime. Now he will be 6-0, but his average score of 518, it's going south.
That is true. That is true. He's gonna hold Jackson down to something in the 440s ish. So
yeah, for those who aren't familiar with Scrabble rules, you get 25 minutes on each side in sanctioned events. If you go over your time, it's 10 points per minute. So if you're 1 second over, you lose 10 points. If you're 1 minute and 1 second over, you're minus 20 points, and so on. I'm actually kind of blanking. If you're exactly 1 minute over, is that still 10 points? I think it
correct.
is.
Yes, that's a common director's question. But yes, just like if you are at 00 on your clock, you are not over time. So therefore, if you were at minus 1 minute exactly, that is only a 10-point penalty. It's when you go to 101 over that we get into the 20-point penalty. HA for Billy up top. Yeah, like I said, if he sees this back later, he's definitely going to regret not seeing Rebecca. Obviously, already regrets Wreckers. R for Jackson. I missed something from Jackson. What did Billy do?
He played R for 10.
No, that's what Jackson
Oh,
did.
no,
What
sorry,
did
sorry. I
Billy
mean,
do?
sorry. I was also typing and not paying attention. Let's see. It looks like so he had DUS. So where is the D
Yeah,
and
and I
U
don't
and the
see the
S?
S on the board.
It looks like it's just in his hand, I guess. They're doing some sort of score clarification right now. It appears.
Oh, Jodas Kindars. The Jodas Kindars play for a bunch. Thank you
Okay.
much. Yeah. That was 29.
So he still
Jackson
has the
goes in.
DU
Oh
in
yeah,
his hand. They're
let's
recounting
cut to
something.
overhead mic. Final score. Final score 441 to 407. Let's cut to overhead mic.
Good game.
I think I threw.
Crazy.
I think I threw.
That was wild. Very nice play. I was expecting something like that. And felt powerless thinking about it.
Yeah, maybe I should have kept my E though.
Maybe. I mean, yeah, I can't really block grass either.
But I just didn't see that I was drawing sevens enough.
Yeah. What was your rack with that?
C, D, E, and S.
Right, with CD. EENS. You're not drawing a ton. Um, Crazy. Very position.
Okay, I don't feel as bad because all the plays that I was thinking were phonies. So
I was trying to set up the phony.
yeah, that's what I thought, and I was like, because I know you know that I have an E,
Yeah.
so there's no way that you're setting it up, and I was like, it looks like a word, but I'm pretty sure it's not.
Yeah. It was a trial. I started recently. I thought I messed up here. Somehow I misread your score as having 40 more points, and I could have been a bit more defensive. Somehow just thought I was down, and so I was actually kind of up a little bit. Yeah, I think I made some mid-game errors. I should have protected my rack more. Meow, I really opened the door to drawing badly, and I did. I should have kept more stable. I think I could have lost the game.
Yeah, and then I was the other thing that I was hoping for. I was hoping for an I.
Yeah, for Beryllium. I was going for Beryllium. I was going for Beryllium as well.
Jackson knows his elements.
Crazy.
Yeah, I mean, I'm not really sure what I'm supposed to do on that turn that I phonied.
Oh, you
Like,
397.
Huh?
I forgot you had minus 10 times.
Oh yeah, that's right.
On the which turn?
On the turn that I phonied, I just not sure what I should have done. I didn't like any of my valid options that I saw.
Yeah, I'm trying to think of maybe you could just do Urk immediately. Urk puts me in a really tough position.
Maybe I play that.
Cause.
No, Ross.
Okay. You could play Cause as well. Just set
Well, I have 2 R's, so.
Yes, ERS. I forget how many E's were out, but you could definitely do that.
It was 1 E out from my perspective.
Yeah, you might want to do that.
But there was also A's and U's that can get blocked at that point. When I played this, there was like nothing. There was 1 year.
This blocked a bingo. I had Bendo Mill. Yeah, I don't know. Yeah, you might want to just be aggressive. You might want to be aggressive there. Was that case S?
Yeah.
You could do Wreck.
I did consider that as well.
Wreck is not bad. It puts me in. I mean, the problem is you don't hit up here because that's what ties the block side.
Yeah.
But it's still. I mean, you do something aggressive for sure. Because you're down by just a bit, so you could score your way back.
All right,
Can't
looks
win
like
taking 3-0s against you.
all right, looks like that's that. Very focused on the Wrecker's turn, but I think when Billy looks at this game later, I don't think he realizes that he had discerns there, and we have a three creature booth again, three three animal booth again as Joey's dog made an appearance, but yeah, discerns actually didn't come up in that postmortem. Obviously, Jackson didn't know what Billy had there, but I just don't think that Billy realizes that he had the bingo. Still, two great games to start off our morning. Joey, thoughts on that last one?
Yeah, definitely was an exciting start, and it looked like Jackson was going to have a real sweat in that one, but unfortunate string of turns for Billy that ended up being costly, but we'll have to learn from our mistakes and just keep moving on. And it appears we are going to switch over to the Collins side.
Yeah,
And
I
I'm
was
not.
going to say, David, sorry to interrupt you there, Joey. David Spolter did lose his last game. So with Jackson's win, Jackson is now 4 games and 1,501 spread points clear of the field. And if that is not formally Gibsonized, it is in all essence Gibsonized. So we will switch over to the Collins division for the remainder of the tournament. I think our producer is saying that players are ready, but I'm not sure which players we have. So I think what we're going to do, why don't we take a quick break? It'll only be about 60 seconds, 60, 90 seconds. And we will be right back with round 19 of Montreal Scrabblefest, our last round of the day before the lunch break. And we will talk about what players we'll have for you then. All right, welcome back. I apologize. That was longer than 90 seconds. My relationship with punctuality has always been a casual one. But we had players ready. Then one of the players wanted to go to the washrooms, and the other one wanted to go. I had to get Quackle set up. It's a whole thing going on behind the scenes. But we are ready to bring you round 19 of Montreal Scrabble Fest. Again, we will be switching our focus to the Collins division and the $3,300 Canadian top prize in that division, very generously provided by a donation from Bob Lynn. Still quite a few players in the hunt for that. Speaking of Bob, we streamed the Albany July 4th tournament last year that had a $15,000 first prize in the Boblin Superstars / Collins division. This year they are bumping it up. How could they bump it up from 15,000, you say? As generous as 15,000 was, how about 20,000? $20,000 first prize for the winner of the Boblin Superstars division at this summer's Albany July 4th event. The defending champion, Matthew Tunnicliffe, will almost certainly be in Albany defending his title and trying to take home another big payday. But we will actually be seeing Matthew sooner than that because he is on our featured streamed board next round. He is playing against Joshua Sokol. And as you can see from the standings, a pretty much a must-win game for Matthew if he still harbors any hopes of winning this tournament. Josh Sokol, a game clear of the field. He is the only one who holds his fate in his hands. Two players a game behind him, including Noah Slatkoff, with the best spread. No surprise that these players have played 72 times. Perhaps a surprise that their average score is dead even. So 72 games, and if it was a best of 72, the spread would be minimal / rounding error. So, Joey, I guess that just tells you how evenly matched these two players are.
Yeah, having an exact average score being in play after 70 games, that is pretty uncanny. And Josh Sokol here on a 10-game winning streak. And he and Matthew are off to the races. Matthew's going first, and he has drawn 6 tiles, now 7.
I was gonna say, I was like, he underdrew the classic underdraw here. So
Yeah,
no bingos. Looks like all of his options are words in the NWL / WoW dictionary that you're more familiar with, Joey. So what are you seeing here on this opening turn?
Yeah, so I'm going to be using some cheating devices here to make sure I supply the correct commentary to the Collins viewers. But yeah, so looks like all of his options are, yeah, it's going to be about the same as NWL. He can play Clute for 20, leaving AD. He can play a Cold for 20, leaving OT. So those are both pretty about even. Maybe you want to consider playing 3 or 4 tiles and making it a defensive game, but in this situation, I think we're going to see Matthew do something like Octad, which he has lined up. I think that is probably his best play. A Cold is also about the same. What do you like in here on the options?
Yeah, looking like he's gonna go with a cold. Nothing super standout here, so I think that is totally fine. But yeah, just since I mentioned it before, just a little bit of the behind the scenes. Where I always use Quackle or some sort of program that can generate the choices. Joey is such a gifted commentator that he doesn't need that. He just comes up. He just can analyze a position very fast right off the top of his head. So it's good to know that you have something up to help you with the Collins lexicon stuff here. 20 for a cold and a lot of floaters for Josh with a very seemingly bingo prone rack. The double R and the double T. However, Matthew's play did not give him any 8s, but it does give him a spot to play his only playable bingo, the 7-letter word of Tranter, and we will see that for 61. Meanwhile, Matthew has drawn the blank, and unless I am making a mistake, we will see Obovate come down pretty fast.
He
And I actually
actually
because
has
there are better
obvolute.
options.
He has obvolute for a ton on the double,
Yes.
actually.
Also overboot for 82 through the R, and 3 options for that, three places to play the blank O. So yeah, so this is a nice little word knowledge test right out of the gate for Matthew, whose word knowledge is usually impeccable, and I expect him to find obvolute, and not only does he find it, he finds it quite quickly.
Yeah, nice find by Matthew here. And we're off to the races. Bingo, bango to start. And to continue the trend of the other 2 games, both players splitting the blanks early and often. So it's going to be a very interesting game. And one thing to make note of is in Collins, obvolute takes a D, and that's the only hook it takes. So it would be, yeah, it's interesting. So obvoluted is just another adjectival thing. And that will be an interesting development, maybe, probably not, but if Josh knew that it only took a D in Collins and Matthew didn't, I'd be surprised. So we'll see if that comes up.
All right. The good news for Josh is that he's pulled the blank. The bad news is that he has drawn UWY to go with it, with the U being his only vowel. Are there any standout plays here?
Yeah, it looks like nothing is going to be overly inspiring. I expect Josh is going to take a good amount of time here. The first thing I'm seeing is WRY and OY, but that's not so appealing because WRY takes the front A. There's probably some 4 that I do not know. Let's see. Okay, there actually isn't. So yeah, this is going to be a tough turn for Josh, and little does he know, Matthew Tunnicliffe is sitting over there with Inhumane, ready to pounce through that N and Tranter. So that's going to be kind of a big blow if Matthew plays obvolute and then bingos again. Josh is going to find himself down about 100. While he does have the blank, it's still going to be a deficit that's going to be a challenge to overcome.
Yeah, I was gonna say if all of Josh's fans, those rooting for Josh in the chat, try to send him some telepathic energy to play Wardy through the A in Tranter, because that is a decent candidate play, and that would stop Inhumane from coming down.
Yeah, it looks like that's probably the best play. Blank, it's pretty good, all things considered, in this situation. And lo and behold, we speak it into existence. Josh is going to do what he does, and he is just the meta master, and he will play Warty and keep his chances a little higher.
He's looking at it like he wants to set up the Y. That's don't know if he was just trolling all of us or not, but the straightforward Wardy comes down 118 to 91. And now no Inhumane for Matthew, which he probably finds pretty inhumane, but he does have bingos through the T.
Right, yeah. There are just such a plethora of Collins words. It's just overwhelming. I should have typed in his blank rack with a blank to see this. I should have, more seriously considered that there was an option. So all that being said, yes, in Collins, there are subject to be more things available. And Josh is going to tack on 5 to Matthew's play. I'm surprised he has not studied this word, given its high probability. But alas, Matthew will take the 5 points any way he can get them.
Yeah, but if he's not 100% sure, again, only losing 5 points with the lost challenge versus losing his turn. But yeah, I didn't realize. That's I guess if you're playing a Collins game, that's a nice little way to bait your opponent. You play Inhumane blank E, and then make it look like a mistake that you circled the T instead of the N, and then get the extra 5 points that way. It's not a free turn, as I just mentioned. So
Yeah, and another
adding
factor
on the
that
5 points. Sorry, go on.
Oh yeah, I was just gonna say, if Josh didn't know inhumate for certain, he might also be uncertain that it is a verb. So yeah, it's probably not a factor where he played it, but that could be a thing later where Matthew would know the D hook and maybe makes a nice play there. Meanwhile, Josh has appeared not to have a bingo draw on here, but he does have a nice play of Mafia in that top right, which will score nicely. So we'll see if he can spot that or maybe something better that I haven't seen yet.
Yeah, it certainly looks like Mafia makes a lot of sense. I don't know how you feel about throwing an M into that spot with your opponent having a random rack versus your opponent having a groomed rack.
Yeah, I mean, here looks like he doesn't have the liberty of passing it up. I'm not seeing any candidate plays that are too much better. He could maybe play AMU to the left of Inhumate, forming AH, and that will score 28 and leave decently, I guess, if we're comparing it to leaving U blank, which opens the door to some of those dreaded combos that the U can have that are detrimental. So yeah, he's going to take his time here. I think he'll probably end up playing Mafia, but he wants to be thorough here. Maybe he plays something like FANUM through the N. But ultimately, yeah, in his position down 100, holding the blank, I think throwing the M in the triple triple is adequate.
The option of AUF in that same Mafia spot only scores 22. AIM blank is a pretty good leave. Fans of, if you are a longtime fan of Will Anderson's YouTube channel, you'll know that at least at the time he made this video years ago, that AUF is actually, of the many Nigel Richards plays that he loves so much, Nigel making a very clever play with AUF is his favorite. So I do remember that is a type of elf, as I recall. So not sure if it's right. I do feel like the board is open enough that AIM blank is going to convert a lot of the time. But again, 22 versus the 34 for Mafia is also a consideration as well.
Yeah, Josh taking his time here, understandably, and it looks like he's close to making a decision. And here we go.
As you predicted, Mafia comes down.
So yeah, Josh will be looking to fade any draws of a second U or the V or the W. And based on all the UWs we've seen this tournament, I just have a feeling that that's going to
Yeah,
happen.
I have a bad feeling that a V or a W is coming out here, but there are one of each on the board, so there's only two. So let's see. Hopefully we didn't speak this. No, it was just the other U.
Yeah, with a 5-tile draw, something like that was pretty likely.
Yeah, well,
Nonetheless,
I guess there were 5 U's, V's, and W's and 4 S's, so like he can pick up an S for the same price, but apparently not. That's not how Scrabble works. Matthew was seemingly with the pretty obvious either Mez A or the Collins only MZ, the front hook to ZEE or ZEE, I think I'm supposed to say, since this tournament is taking place in Montreal. Is this a spot where you're putting the Z next to that double word, or are you putting the E there?
oh yeah, I think definitely he's gonna play MZEE, because he doesn't want to give any cheap overlaps to Josh. Definitely want to make his life harder, and without wasting too much time, Matthew's gonna make that play and take a commanding 110-point lead with a nice balanced rack.
All right, back over to Josh with the 2 U's. Those 2 U's, unfortunately, his only vowel, he had unpublic set up. However, that I is in the wrong spot. Not sure if that's a word anyway. Many thanks to chat for pointing out that Alf is a little bit too crazy because of the C, H, and L front hooks that you would be setting up. None of which that Josh had on his rack at the time.
Yeah, it looks like, yeah, for sure, he navigated this correctly. It looks like both players have made every turn here correctly, other than, of course, Josh giving him the 5 points. But alas, here he's going to have to dig himself out of the hole here. Not a lot of great candidate plays. Unpublic is, in fact, not a word. And yeah, nothing is standing out. He can maybe play something very sad like Fub or maybe Chub through the H. Now that he's down 110, maybe he starts getting volatile and he does something like Bun in the bottom left. Probably not, but it's hard to say which direction he'll go. Josh certainly known for making unexpected deviations and usually for the right cause.
Weird situation to be in. You're down. Sorry, I did not. Got to update the score. Give Matthew his 45 for MZ. So yeah, you're down 110. And yeah, stuff like pubic up top through the eye of inhumate. You pointed out Chubb and stuff like that. That all really constricts bingo potential up there, and you're definitely going to need to bingo fairly soon. But you also need to score, and so that's going to be Josh's logic behind taking his highest scoring play.
Yeah, certainly with pubic, that is the standout play. It is kind of unfortunate, kind of having to muck up the board given the position he's in. But when you have the junk racket he had, then you just don't have those liberties to be so strategic. So he'll take his 28 points and hope that he does not draw a W or V or the last U. Meanwhile, Matthew, to his nice balanced leave of DEIT, drew pretty much the worst thing he could have drawn in EIU. So that could kind of delay him running away with this game, opening the door for Josh to hang around if he can bingo before Matthew. So this will be an interesting development.
Yeah, Josh actually didn't commit that play right away. So I was like, there's no way he's holding pubic, right? And then I just noticed that Josh had not hit his clock. He's hit it now. Poor Matthew into well, I shouldn't say poor Matthew because he scored 235 after 4 turns. But to drawing into to edit draws another E, another I, and the U. Does have a way to score points with by plunking the 2 E's after the Z or Z for 36. But are there more prudent plays that keep a better lead here, Joey?
Yeah, so the first instinct here is to dump the 3 tiles you just drew. Maybe you can play ETUI for 6 through the T and obvolute, but that's not so exciting. So yeah, I think, just playing Z for 36 and saying F it, that kind of makes sense. Keep your foot on the gas, score points. In the situation Matthew's in, playing Etui to keep your balance rack doesn't really have that much merit because you have such a nice lead. You don't really need to groom your rack to bingo as often as possible next turn. So I like his decision here to quickly take the points and keep it moving. And now Josh will have a couple of bingo options. We'll see if he spots them and or what he decides to do. He can play Vituline through the T, or he can play Intitual through the T. And if he's able to spot both of those bingos, he'll have to deduct which one he wants. Does he want to play Intitual, leaving that left top area as a threat? I think he does because he needs the volatility coming from behind. He won't be down that much after the bingo, but he's still definitely an underdog. So I think if he spots both, he will probably play Intitual, but we'll have to see if he comes up with it. Which of those options do you like better?
Yeah, that's a weird one because the thing about Vituline is that, putting the blank V out there, it stops Matthew from using the one triple, but then again, you're opening up the other one, and bingos ending in I and E are just rife for getting overlapped. The Q is out, so Cotty there or Cott scores about 100. So maybe you want to play intitual and give yourself, kind of a one spot for each of us kind of deal.
Yeah, so one other consideration as I'm looking over at Matthew's rack, he doesn't have the best tiles ever, but the aforementioned Collins only D hook of Evoluted could be a factor here because it looks like his standout play might be Jedi and Evoluted if Josh does not play Intitual, opening up Matthew to play Jedi there on the triple for 45. So this will be an interesting development to see what decision Josh comes up with.
Yeah, what does
And
Matthew do? What does Matthew do if Josh plays Vituline? Because you really can't do much about that juicy spot that he'll be opening up in the bottom left there.
yeah, exactly. So he really wouldn't have much of a counter, but as we're seeing, Matthew's decision will be a hell of a lot more trivial as he's going to be able to just play Jedi for 45 and keep it moving.
Right, so Josh, I think very defensively takes the highest scoring in Titual. Two blank bingos in this game where the blank was fairly obvious. Sorry to bore our producer over there into not needing to use the blank cam for us. But yeah, I would expect Jedi for 45. I think he'll show it to us anyway, just to be diligent. But Jedi or Jute in that same spot, although Jute does leave the two eyes with what seems like 5 or 6 more to draw. The eyes just run together, so I'm having a hard time seeing. So yeah, it looks like Josh's bingo choice has made Matthew's decision, at least on where to play, a lot easier.
Yes, indeed. So Josh, once we get the scores updated, wink, wink, still down a
Thank
little
you.
bit. Still down. He's going to be down about a bingo still after Matthew plays Jedi for 45. And he's drawn decent letters, but doesn't have anything great. So Josh is certainly looking down the barrel of most likely seeing his 10-game win streak end, which will condense the standings completely heading into our lunch break as we have 3 games in the afternoon, and the Collins division is going to be an absolute dogfight, assuming Josh is not able to come back in this one. But hey, that is an assumption I'm not going to make just yet.
So he's going to go. Is going to go the Jedi route. By the way, you don't have to say wink, wink when I'm behind on updating the scores. Just once we get a score update, and I can pick up on that subtle hint.
Absolutely. So Matthew, who's the trigger?
Hilnorr. Oh, sorry. I was just reading out Josh's rack there. Hilnorr. What are you seeing here?
Yeah, nothing too inspiring. No bingos available. There are no plays in the bottom left that can successfully overlap. So here in the situation, it's pretty bleak. Josh is down 95. The board is kind of crappy for bingos, and he's going to have to think of a realistic path to victory. Maybe he does something like HOURI in the top left. That opens up the triple triple. That could be a kind of distractor for Matthew, and nothing here is going to score a ton. So I think this is going to be a turn we're going to see Josh spend a few minutes on, try to figure out a realistic way of winning this game. What are you liking here?
Yeah. Well, when you're down 95 with this rack, there's not much to like. Matthew taking the points with ZEE does give Josh a bit of a lifeline that he's got a bingo line on that side of the board. Just a 7 starting with a letter that can hook to FE. You've got that E in Obvolute kind of sort of open, but you're only going to score about 60 there. Does intitual take the S? That is something that I should look up.
Yeah, so intitual is a verb. So that's going to be a factor for sure. I think that both players are going to be aware of that, but of course we can never be 100% sure. And while we were just talking about the UW combos, lo and behold, Matthew is going to have to deal with that. Although the rest of his tiles are pretty good, he'll probably be okay.
Yeah, leaving a U last turn, especially in this tournament, has been an invitation for a U, a V, or a W to show up, as it did with Josh earlier in this game. Could also, in a pinch, the Uwu. I don't think I've seen that played in a Collins game yet, but with that U in Pubic where it is, if Matthew just wanted to take 12 points, of course now Josh is going to take that spot himself with Hun for 26. So forget I said that.
Yeah, so unfortunately for Josh, that's going to give Matthew a really good play of Whoop, W-H-U-P, for a lot. And I think he's going to play it immediately. Okay, he can also just play WOP, which is fine and dandy. And unless Josh draws a bingo this turn, it's going to be a very uphill battle because he's actually still going to be down, even if he bingos. And I can't see his other two tiles, but
He's hiding them from us. It's an
okay, and yeah, it's starting to look pretty bleak, but we'll see if Josh can find a way to make it interesting, as he always seems to do.
Yeah, and double I and double N might lead to double G, as in GG, as in good game, especially with Matthew with those two juicy S hooks sitting out there. Obvolute and Intitual has drawn the remaining two Ds. Still nobody able to hit that Intitual spot along that A column yet. In this case, Matthew not having a vowel that goes there. But this is looking pretty bleak for Josh here.
Yeah, so Han is kind of a standard play, so to speak, but I didn't like that as an option, which is why I didn't even mention it, because with the leave of ILNOR, you're not looking great. There's not a lot of draws that are going to be bingoing next turn, and I think Auri gives you the volatility and extra tiles turned over that give you a little bit more of a realistic path. Whereas ILNOR, you're really condensed to a very few amount of bingos, and whatever bingos you do draw aren't going to score very much. So I think Han might not have been a great play, but it's hard to say without running it through the engine.
Yeah, very tough spot there for Josh. Nothing obviously super inspiring.
So yeah, Josh is now at a pretty big time disadvantage. It does seem like it probably isn't going to matter unless he can find a way to bingo 2 times in the next few turns. But Matthew is 8 minutes ahead of him on the clock, and he's got to be feeling pretty good about his chances to win this game and get back in the hunt for first place for that 3,300 Canadian dollars.
I should check my exchange rate, what the daily exchange rate what that would be for American currency, and for all those viewers of ours over who are watching us on stream. Feel free to let us know what 3,300 Canadian looks like in your native country's currency.
So Josh is gonna drop his IN, the 2 tiles he drew last turn, for 7 points. This play is very sad. I don't know what the right play is this turn. I'm not going to speculate on what it is, but that is a very sad play as he draws the Q.
And that's a very sad draw of the Q. Did give him a spot to dump it by itself for 23 on top of the play he just made. But yeah, that's your classic good news, bad news draw. Good news, you found the S. Bad news, you found the Q. When he watches this back, he's going to be very surprised that Matthew actually didn't have anything that went there. So he blocked the potential high scoring plays in that A column for nothing. So staying with a couple of Ds for Matthew again, we have the nice juicy D hook to Obvolute, as well as the D hook to Intitual, and then by putting the NU and the Y where they are on the board, another nice home for a potential D play.
Yeah, one play that's interesting here, if I'm Matthew, is maybe playing GAED in the top right. The best bingo line for Josh, if you're Matthew, other than like hooking and titual, which is kind of hard to bingo because it would have to start with the S or the D. So GAED in the top right, it blocks bingos that would hook FE. And if you're Matthew right now, you got this 100-point lead. You got a nice balanced rack. Let's make it a little harder for Josh to bingo and get back in this game. And of course, as always, spread is important for Matthew here. So he's going to want to maximize how much he wins by. And the best way to do that is not let your opponent bingo.
Sorry about that. For whatever reason, I had in my head that NUDY was a Collins only for. It is not. It is just UNDY. So D does not go there, but a lot of very nice spots for it on this board. So in this position with this lead, are you trying to come up with another bingo, or do you not really care about your leave so much as you're closing the board down?
Yeah, I think closing the board down is definitely what you want. And another kind of interesting factor here is no S's are on this board yet. So, but Matthew is going to take the route of volatility, maybe. I'm not sure if that's the right word, but his leave of Sting is certainly very potent. And his bingo odds are good enough after that to where this play is absolutely justified. And I have no problem with it whatsoever. But yeah, my general feeling would have been just to play GAED in the top right because it scores, 18, 13 more points or 11 more points than what Dud scored. And you're still, having a bingo odds for next turn, especially if he knows the D hook for obvoluted. And it looks like he's drawn nicely and he'll be able to play Eastings from the E.
Yeah, I was going to say you were talking about closing the board down, but I think this actually might be an exception where just the board, again, you've got the spot opposite FE, you have the E to play through an obvolute as well as in titual. You have the S hook there. I just think that the board is so open that I totally get what Matthew is trying to do, and just figuring that drawing into Sting, you're always gonna draw the bingo. You're almost certainly gonna get it down, and that allows you to not just lock up the game, but start piling on spread. QIN, I thought he'd just dump it on top of the IN, but instead he will choose to draw into LORS instead. Eastings for Matthew, and now the only question in this game is what the final score will be.
Yeah, so Matthew has shut the door on Josh's comeback, and he's going to win this game, and it's going to fix us up for a very interesting afternoon of competitive Scrabble. It appears he's on hold, which seems peculiar, but I guess he is.
I was going to say, I didn't know if that was a frustration hold or a tilt hold or a desperation challenge is what it would have been. That's one that you would think that Josh would have seen hundreds of times by now, but maybe just a little tilt hold there, frustration hold.
Yeah, that's an easy one to remember because Eastings, Northings, Southings, and Westings are all valid, even in NWL. So that's a kind of, it's an easy one to remember.
Meanwhile, still no bingos for Josh, as he's going to want to get one down before this game ends. You can see the spread differences between them, and Josh wants to keep that spread difference as large as possible. Unfortunately, no great or super obvious options on this turn. Are you just playing ARY, making and my in the top center there? Or is there something else that you're seeing?
Yeah, this is a tough situation. Josh has to look into this pool, sees a lot of junk and non-bingo conducive tiles, and he does want to make it a priority to bingo, cut that spread, and every point counts. So we'll see what he comes up with here. Nothing is standing out. You got to figure there's no ends out, so the G on his rack is especially dubious. And Josh, of course, known for his disgust with the G as a tile. And he comes up with YGO, the Collins only 3. And this looks like a very lovely play, opening up a bingo lane. And given the pool, Josh has to figure it's got to be hard for Matthew to really drop the gauntlet on him there. I guess that's not even true at all because the K and the F are out. So what am I even saying?
I'm looking at that, what Josh drew and trying to remember. It looks like there's something in that, but I'm not sure if there is, and I'm not sure if it plays.
Yeah, nothing in that. Skirl is a verb, but skirler is not a word.
Okay, maybe that's what I was thinking. I think I saw skirl.
And as I'm looking it up, I'll make note of skirling takes an S in Collins only. So that's kind of an interesting little anecdote there. That won't come into play, but good to know.
So a quick update from the WoW division that Jackson is now 16-0 against the field. However, he is 0-3 against David Spolter. David nudging him out by 3 points, giving himself a leg up in the race for second there. If Jackson was not formally Gibsonized before, he is formally Gibsonized now as a 3-point loss. Still gives him spread of at least 1,400 over the rest of the field with 3 games to go. So we can now officially congratulate Jackson Smylie on winning the WoW division.
Yeah, well earned, well deserved, and it would have been nice if we had maybe a more competitive ending in the NWL side, but alas, we'll just appreciate our Collins division and the good games that are in store for us this afternoon.
All right, Y go, one of the many Y front hooks that exist solely in the CSW dictionary. That's met with a quick response of flog from Matthew to take out the most dangerous bingo lane on the board. So we'll commit flog here. We'll give Josh the Skirler rack, which is not a word, 466 to 290. Maybe I should put flog in the right spot.
Matthew is doing a little tease for us, not showing us his last tile. Won't really matter, but kind of a funny thing. And now Josh is over here trying to figure out what he should do. Doesn't appear he has anything too inspiring for fishes, but it is nice having the board so wide open because that S hook for intitual still exists. He can still play through the E and obvolute. So he's still feeling like he can cut a little bit of spread. So he might end up he might just drop the K in the top left because actually no. He would hit a lot of 7s, but they wouldn't play. So I guess that doesn't work. But I'm not seeing anything else that is particularly good. He might just say F it and drop the K because it scores. But I don't think that there's an actual path to bingoing on this board.
Yeah, trying to see if he drops the K, making KY for 27, what also
He
trying
can
to
draw
think,
the V and try, and he wouldn't score much, but he'd have relivers or revilers. Relivers is Collins only, but the 4 other anagrams are also still valid in NWL and silverer, sliverer, revilers, and resilver.
yes, earlier but no U. So now I'm wondering what we know that tile of Matthews could be an X, could be an S, could be an O, Could be an E, could be an A. If it's an E, he has over 8 off of Eastings. Don't know if there's any other bingos that he can have.
I think we need Josh Greenway to drop the hammer and go tell Matthew to flip that tile over.
Overtax. It's not. I don't know why I see Vexador. It's one of my not butts. Not Vexador, but overtax.
Yeah, overtax is possibly what he has. That would be interesting and possibly devastating.
Somebody said flash the X, so even though he's trying to hide it from us, Chad is telling us that unseen tile on Matthew's rack is an X. Overtax will not get blocked. Once again, I have missed where Josh has gone. Urk off of Inhumate. Here comes Overta.
And there we got it. Big 200+ point win for Tunnicliffe this round. That's going to take away Josh's big spread. And although it was pretty big, it was not the biggest spread in the standings. Noah Slatkoff spread over 1,000. So now things will be pretty interesting with the standings nice and condensed. And it appears that Josh does not have a bingo. So tough game for him, but 10-game winning streak had to come to an end.
He has Olearias. Olearias? I don't know how to pronounce that.
Oh, that's right. Okay. Well, I hope he finds it, because if he can't find that, that's a problem.
So he's only got 60 seconds, but something tells me that it shouldn't take him that long.
So I spoke too soon. It won't be quite as large of a victory as I had implied, but still quite a big win for Matthew Tunnicliffe. And the fact that Josh hasn't played this yet is a little concerning, but I guess he's just making sure to be thorough, possibly make sure there's nothing better. But yes, I'd like to think that he has spotted the high prob Olearia, which is a daisy bush. Oh boy.
Missed it. Wow. I did not think that was going to happen at all. I almost committed it.
Yeah, I don't know if this is an effect of being a little frustrated or tilted.
Yeah, I think this is just pure tilt. I think in a normal situation, if he needed to win the game, I think he would have gotten there. He was short on time. There was only 3 seconds. So maybe he just needed another minute or so to find it as well. But that is quite the surprise, and we'll see if that comes back to hurt him later if spread becomes a factor. Matthew's highest scoring play that he can get from the ES is 20, making TES hooking the S to Inhumate. He has 10 minutes, but hopefully he does not take 9 of those minutes trying to figure out how to maximize ES. Because it's the game before lunch. You don't want to do that to your opponent the game before lunch. He finds his best play. He makes his best play. Final score, an incredible 576 to 333. Don't know that there'll be a huge postmortem in this one, but after they catch up, confirm the final scores, then we can cut to overhead mic.
578 to 333.
576. Did me at 365.
Oh, sorry, I gave you 6 at the end. Yeah.
I do 330.
You what?
333 is right now.
Yeah. Nice job.
Oh, 60D.
You serious?
In columns. Yeah.
I knew it didn't take the S for sure, and I was like, definitely not sure of the D. I knew this D hook, but I played off on my Ds anyways. Just questionable.
Yeah, from my perspective, you could have oversex or attacks. So I should maybe just block if Urk. It's just so stupid. But then I'm just not bingoing myself ever. I don't have time.
All right, Matthew, playing
Yeah, I think I
done,
played
not
that game perfectly.
utilizing the juicy D hook there, but other than that, one of those not much to see here games. 576 to 333. Joey, appreciate you stepping out of your comfort zone and dipping your toe into the Collins pool there. Appreciate your flexibility.
Yeah, Scrabble is Scrabble, and it's especially interesting when it's some of the best players in North America. And I'll be looking forward to watching on the stream later after lunch. We'll be back on the air, not me, but we'll be back on the air at 1 p.m. Eastern. Matthew O'Connor will be joining Jason for commentary, and we'll have 3 great games in store for you, hopefully.
I was gonna say if there, well, that last one was not the best one, but yeah, two very interesting games on stream to start the day. So Joey, because we haven't mentioned it before the people go to lunch, what should they do?
They should like and subscribe.
There we go. And if you're feeling generous, if you're loving all the coverage that we do, if you love the fact that Let's Play Scrabble is the streaming home of Causeway, it's a lot of money to fly Josh and all the equipment that we need, to make stuff like the Causeway Challenge stream happen. So feel free to click that subscribe button. No pressure, obviously, but for only $5 a month, you can help Let's Play Scrabble. Kind of defray the cost of producing these streams, especially in far-flung places. So yeah, like Joey said, we will be back. I don't know what time zone you're in, but I would say that we would be back at the top of the hour. But people in Newfoundland have like a half-hour time zone. I've never understood that. If you know the reason for that, send me a message later and you can educate me on the subject. But we will be back in just a hair less than an hour, 1 o'clock. We'll bring you the last 3 rounds from the Collins division, Matthew O'Connor alongside. Looking forward to it. Joey, any thanks or any promos, any personal plugs you want to get in before we take off?
No, I think that's it. I had a great time commentating with you, and yeah, you're watching Let's Play Scrabble, and we'll see you in less than an hour.
All right, always a pleasure to commentate with you, Joey. Everybody have a great lunch. right, welcome back to Let's Play Scrabble's coverage of 2026 Montreal Scrabblefest. Gave you a little longer than a little less than an hour, is actually a little more than an hour for lunch, but we are back ready to give you the final 3 rounds of the Collins division. WoW Division 1 has already been locked up with Jackson Smylie clinching that. Jason Nadolski here, Matthew O'Connor alongside. Matthew, look forward to working with you for the first time. Matthew, I think you're muted.
We have a total bloodbath in Collins. It's going to be crazy. There's 5 people within a game of each other, and all of them still have a chance of winning. But on stream today, we're going to see Adam Logan and Josh Sokol. It seemed like the most exciting matchup in the top 3 boards. So, yeah, I don't want to waste any more time. It's already 1:12. Let's just go straight to the players, and let's see some Scrabble.
Yeah, just I don't know if we'll get yes, we do get a quick visual representation of the standings. We have Slatkoff and Sokol at 14 and 5, Logan, Tunnicliffe, and Suleiman at 13 and 6. In addition to the best record, Noah also has the best spread. But we'll hold off on showing Noah for a bit. We're going to give the people 2 players that need no introduction: reigning world champion Adam Logan and Josh Sokol. Adam, surprisingly, an 11-4 head-to-head, and that was with Josh winning their most recent game earlier in the tournament. This will be the 3rd time they have played at this event, and and they have split so far.
Yeah, it's going to be a really exciting match. I don't know if it's lights out if Adam loses, but it's going to be pretty close. I think he really needs to hope for a win here because he is already a game behind and he is 400 and some spread behind Noah. So he really needs to win here. He probably needs to win all 3, and we'll see what he can do. Sokol maybe has a little bit more cushion. If he loses this one, he might be able to get out of it and come back and win. But yeah, I think Adam, we're going to really need to see him win this one if he wants to have any sort of a chance, since he's a game behind already.
Yeah, I was going to say the only prediction I'm willing to make is that this is going to score more points than their most recent encounter, which came at this event. I don't remember doing that one on stream. I'm pretty sure I would have remembered 360 to 313 as a final score, especially in the Collins lexicon. But all right, apparently one of the players had to step away for a second, but now they're ready. Adam going first, and let's play Scrabble.
Let's play Scrabble. Let's see what Adam has got. Adam is on the left of the screen. I think all of the little info about the players is perfectly accurate now. So that is good. And Adam is ready to go.
All right, started with wits, then double I, now double O, and not a great opening rack as things go for Adam. Looking like just woo, maybe OO to avoid giving up hooks.
Yeah, I think there's a few ways you can go. Adam just spelled out wino. I definitely get the logic for that. Don't love the 14 and I don't love the floaters, but ultimately 14 is better than the 0 of exchanging, and the OO leave after inwit is really awful. So yeah, this probably will end up being the best of a rather ugly bunch of options.
Yeah, and speaking of ugly set of options, the good news for Josh, he has drawn the Z. However, quite a plethora of E's. 1/3 of the E's came out all at once onto his rack, and really no good counterplays off of Wino here. ZEE or ZEE. So okay, I thought he might
Oh, this
do
is nice. Look at
double Z
this.
setup.
Look
What
at
a
this.
clever
This
play.
is like unless you can make like a 5-letter word, this is a 60-point play, and he doesn't even have to draw anything because he has ZE in both spots. This is really nice.
Yeah,
This
this
is
is
going to be the play for sure.
totally unblockable. Very nicely done by Josh, and he saw that very quickly. I'm very impressed.
Yeah, and Adam probably knows what's up, but It really doesn't matter. Barring some sort of play like, I don't know, feint with the I and wino, this is a 100% 60 plus point Z play for Sokol. So I think Adam is actually gonna know what's coming and also know that there's nothing he can do about it. And he's probably just gonna spell out something like quoit or maybe quoited with one of the E's and just move on. Maybe there's some argument towards prioritizing the bottom E and etui. Maybe there's a chance that, from his perspective, Josh Sokol only kept something like ZO. And if that was true, it wouldn't be a guarantee of a 60 plus pointers. So I would probably prioritize using the bottom E a little bit, but we know Josh kept ZE and he can at least play ZE in both spots.
Yeah, the score's not updating. My apologies. 14-10, Adam. Coit will score 40.
Oh, he's not.
If he did score 40, if he doesn't submit it, though.
Wonder if he's holding out hope that if he blocks the bottom E, that there's only a 90% chance of a Z play. Because if he kept something like ZIO, it's not quite a guarantee that he gets to use the top spot. So I think if all things equal, I might think about trying to use the bottom E. Like if I was gonna play quoited, it would probably be with the bottom E just because of that. But yeah, I don't hate this option either. I think he's gonna end up doing a little better in terms of having the TED spot, because if he knows the Z is coming, he knows that the triple is, he gets first crack at that if he knows the Z is coming.
Yeah, so Josh with Zoe set up, and it looks like he will choose the spelling with the D in front. That would score 67.
Yeah, that seems like it's what's gonna happen. I would say maybe if he had like a 6-letter word on the triple, he could at least think about it, because in that case, he might be able to force Adam into a not very fun block. But yeah, here at this point, there really isn't another option. It does score better than the other options. And yeah.
All right, C, D, E, G, M, N, S, just the one vowel for Adam.
Yeah, this is an interesting turn, because I think Adam is probably gonna want to maybe open up the board or maybe do a more fishy play. Like he's got D gum spelled out. I like that. There is actually one very tricky fit that might end up doing the best overall. I don't know if you see that. I think it would just about even up the score, so it's not too bad in terms of the fact that he's a little bit behind.
Few options here, none of them great. He will choose D gum and keep the CNS leave to draw into.
Yeah, and for those of you wondering, that play would have been DEIGN through the I and wino. This is probably a little bit of a disproportionate punishment, but this is one of the weaknesses of D-Gum. Another thing about Dane is it just simply blocks all of the possible plays on the triple, and there were 2 different plays. There were 2 different triples that were there as a possibility. So now we're going to see Josh Sokol get a bingo instead of a lower score after he plays DEIGN. So yeah, bit of an unlucky break for Adam, although this one may have been avoided.
Yeah, talk about a disproportionate punishment, or I'm trying to remember exactly the term you used, but not just that you hung the D in the perfect spot to save your opponent's 5-vowel rack, but that to CNS you drew 4 more consonants and now can't do anything with that V out in space and can't really do anything, period.
Yeah, this one, the first thing I probably would look for is COLL with the O and wino. I really don't think you can afford to do that there with the shape of the board. It is nice and open on the right now, but if you do COLL, it's closed and you're behind. I think what's going to end up happening is Adam is going to play tell through the E and D gum. Not really fun, but it does kind of feel like the best of a bad bunch with the other options. Doesn't really seem reasonable to play anything that plays off 4 consonants. They either don't score well or they use the S. So I think ultimately something like tell is going to be what Adam comes up with. The O and wino as a vowel floater in the middle of the board really does help a little with bailouts for CNRS. There's times when he can draw things like 2 consonants in 1 vowel, like say something like DES, and he can play something like Korsneds instead of being stuck with 6 consonants. So yeah, that's a little nice thing about tell. When you're keeping consonant heavy, the vowel floaters can help change maybe the character of that consonant heavy leave and make it a little better.
I had LL set up. What do you think about ill through that I and wino making del and zel? Is that just leaving 5 consonants? Is that just leaving 1 too many for you?
Yeah, I mean, I don't hate that idea either. I do just worry with the 5 consonants, and I do wonder if after ill, Josh is gonna maybe lean towards something like jibes, thinking, hey, Adam has consonants. Maybe he can't even use this spot at all, and maybe he really needed the vowel floater, and that, yeah, I don't know. I think it's not a bad idea. I guess he's not going to play jibes and winos because of DZOS, but yeah, I do wonder if ill is just a little too many consonants and it's not going to work out great. But
After ill, I think Josh is probably just going to play jib off of Zoe. At least that's what I'm seeing right away.
yeah, that's probably true. And that's going to be doubly bad because Adam probably won't get an E. But I can see it. It is 19 points instead of 16, and it's a little bit of like, I don't think Adam thinks he's going to be the favorite to hit Zell or something, and so if he plays ill, then at least Josh Sokol can't go there. But Adam is going with tell, which is a perfectly understandable. Getting rid of the extra consonant.
All right, so
yeah, jib as we were expecting. I was kind of wondering maybe we would see jibe, but it probably takes too many hooks. Adam here with a really nice draw for this board, though, because he can at least play. I can see Rancels, Cloners. He's got his pick of bingos with jibe, which is really nice because if you see Sokol's leave, he's definitely looking for the next turn with his rack. He would have had something like Phage and jibe, but now Adam's going to go there.
yeah, it looks like this will score 83. Well, 83 if he hooks under making jibe. The bingos hooking wino score 74 apiece.
Yeah, I'm guessing he's just deciding which one to play. I think if anything, he's gonna go for one of the ones that keeps one of the ones that places a C in front of the triple. That's a little safer. But unfortunately, as we can see, if he puts the C next to the triple, Josh has an H. So this time it's actually going to really backfire if he does it. But yeah, I do think he's going to eventually play something like Cloners or Cornells. Maybe Cloners, maybe Cornells is a little safer because if Josh has an H, then the next letter in his word would probably be a vowel. So Cornells is actually a little safer because the O R is a little bit harder to make a parallel with. Like as we can see, if Adam plays cloners, Josh will at least have something like Hap underneath, but that won't be possible after something like Cornell's. So, yeah, we'll see. We'll see which one Adam decides. I definitely prefer the ones that start with C. They do seem a little safer, but I could see something like Lancers if he thinks that there's no good parallels after it versus the moderate risk of an H.
And so yeah, still thinking Lucernes, Rancells, Lancers, Cornells, Crenells, and Cloners, the options under Jib. I'm just trying to see with all the 74 pointers hooking winos if there's one that's really aggressive, or even if you want to be super aggressive in this spot.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know. I don't think he's behind enough to feel super desperate. He's only going to be down a few points after something like Cloners. I don't see why I would do something in the super aggressive camp. I say just take the bingo and see what happens. Still another blank, still things like the X, and there's still 3 S's. So yeah, I think he's deciding between the 83 pointers, and he just doesn't want to. I think maybe he wants to not put anything next to the triple. That doesn't exist, but maybe he's looking for that.
It's surprising to see Adam take such a long time on this turn.
Yeah, I think we've seen Adam do it before where he just really wants to get it exactly right and he's looking for it. I just hope that it doesn't end up costing him in a close pre-end game where he might only have a few minutes, and it's now or never in the pre-end game. So hopefully he realizes that the most important thing here is getting an 83 pointer down, and he keeps going. All right, here's Lancers.
All right, Lancers for 83, getting him back into the game at least temporarily. As you can notice from the remaining tiles being disappearing in the top left of the screen, people in the chat have said Jason, we need a score update. This time it's not my fault. The one time that it isn't. So we are. It is actually an issue on my end, apparently with my internet connection. So our producer Josh Greenway is going to do what he can to update scores manually. If we get into a very interesting endgame, pre-endgame situation, I'll be sure to relay what the unseen pool is from the other player's perspective then. But until then, I think we're just going to have to muddle through this game and then figure it out during the break. Josh, even trying to troubleshoot the tech issues, still on top of blank cam, confirming that is indeed an A. Over to Josh now with the 2 vowels AE and then the 5 consonants GHLPS. Some obviously a lot of decent options here. If he wants to leave that L alone, he can play Pash, hooking D-gums for 49. He can keep the S and play Gatch, which is what he's about to do for 38.
Yeah, and I think with winos there, I think I like maybe prioritizing the play that keeps the S over the scoring option. I do think this game might come down to who hits winos first. So yeah, I like this idea of prioritizing the S leave a little bit. And yeah, fortunately it looks like he might be a little bit too consonant. Oh, never mind. There it is. He's spelled out pentils, so yeah, he's got that. On to Adam, maybe it's a little bit interesting. He could play ovary underneath the Lancers and prioritize his S and his X and try to get firepower on a few consecutive turns, or he could play something like Oxy and cash out the X now and maybe try to hit a bingo faster, although ARVS isn't really a bingo leave, but it might be better than SX.
Yeah, very interesting potential 1-2 punch. He has Savvy for 54 through that V and ideative, and then keeping OX. So if he just plunks down OX opposite Lancers.
Yeah, another interesting option would be to go first with Ox under the logic that maybe that's the more pressing lane. Like maybe that leads to a lot of and Adam's doing that. I'm guessing he's trying to hit Savvy next, and he also sees this as maybe kind of a free roll. Like, hey, maybe I draw 8. I draw EO, and I can just play a Voyeurs, and I don't even have to do Savory. So I think he's seeing it as a bit of a free roll. I don't think Adam's going to bingo here, but Savvy keeping EIR is certainly.
I was playing his only playable bingo of Pentills quite quickly, 218 to 303 right now.
And Adam coming back quickly with the only bingo of Vespier. Actually, not the only bingo. He could actually play the same tiles a few spots down if he wanted in Vestiary, but this one scores a lot more. Back to being a roughly equal. Think Adam might be ahead by 1.
Yes, it is 304 to 303. I'm troubleshooting over here, so let's see if
And yeah, Sokol with the blank, that's going to help a lot. Although I'm guessing this turn he's just going to play Beak. That scores so many points. I can't imagine not playing that, even with things like Unbaked sitting there. It looks like Josh is holding. I guess he's probably going to challenge. Actually, I guess BAUK also fits. That might be a little better to save the E for later. But yeah, Unbaked is there. Probably not going to happen because it is a lot of points, but there's some really high scoring options that keep the blank, like Bach, which he's now got spelled out. So I think we're going to see that. I mean,
Yeah, Bach
77
he's
without.
better than Unbaked, which he has set up, plays off the U of Lancers for 87.
Yeah, that would be fun, but I think here with Bach scoring 77 without even a JQXZ or a bingo, I really don't think we're going to see anything else. I think maybe he's just spelling it out for fun for the stream. I think he knows deep down that you can't do that here. And yeah, he's back to having Beak spelled out. I think Unbaked may have just been for fun to show it to the stream.
Yeah, the old I'm not missing a bingo here. I do know that I have a playable one. I'm just not going to because it doesn't make sense strategically.
Yeah, we're not going to see Unbaked. It just makes. Oh, okay. Well, he's challenging Vespiary under the logic that it's 86. I can give you 5, but ultimately, yeah, it is a word, and Adam will get 5 extra points. But then, yeah, we're going to see either Beak or Bach. Maybe he's a little bit unsure of Bach, and he doesn't want to lose the game on it because Adam would have something with his F. Yeah, so we're going to see Beak for 77 here. Totally understandable. UD blank is still a blank rack. It's likely to lead to still a relatively fast bingo.
I was surprised he challenged that because giving, well, I guess he has Unbaked if it comes off, so it's just one of those situations where you almost want to keep it on because you get Beak or Bach for 77 and keep the blank.
Yeah, well, I think if it was no good, he would have played Bach to the left and then blocked Vestiary. But yeah, I think it's just. I mean, it's your opponent getting 86 points. I can see why you would try to prioritize preventing that for 5 points.
Right, so 380 for Josh, 309 for Adam, and Adam not a great post bingo draw when considering that you actually made up no ground from your bingo.
Yeah, I think we're probably going to see something like hoof underneath Lancers. I think he probably needs to set up even more stuff. The bingo lanes that exist underneath Lancers are not amazing. Hoof would take slightly more combinations in terms of things that start with DE and stuff like that, I think. So I bet he's going to play hoof. Another option is to play oaf with FY. That would actually work out really well because it would block confound from Sokol. I do worry a little bit that the ECHO leave echo, while it's actually really nice for it's not quite a bingo leave. So I wonder if hoof getting rid of the H does a little better on that front, especially with the lanes that do exist. But yeah, could definitely see the argument either way for oaf or hoof. I just think, yeah, I don't know. We'll see. Oaf kind of blocks some of his lifelines with the N.
So what else does if the board stays as is, confound through the N and Winos? Are there any other playable bingos that he has? It looks like the board is configured such that there isn't, but maybe there is.
I don't see anything. I think confound is the only one with an N, and I think maybe co-found is the only one that's a 7. So I guess another option for Adam is Havoc. It's one of those floaters that isn't super likely to work, but it also is likely to sit there because it's just sort of one off to the side. So it would maybe give him some chances down the road to play something like Havoc and just have one more floater sitting there for the future. Adam, of course, doesn't know that Sokol has the blank, so maybe has a little bit more hope because of that. We know Sokol has the blank, and it's going to be hard to lose here. But yeah, Adam is definitely thinking about how to win if he draws the blank. I think it's going to be one of those options. Just set something up, and yeah, Josh Sokol spells out co-found. I'm going to imagine he's also seeing confound, but maybe not. We'll see. See what he comes up with on his turn. If Adam plays oaf, there won't be confound. Otherwise, that will be Josh Sokol's bingo. It'll probably just about put the game away, barring some sort of miracle. But yeah, we'll have to see what Adam ends up choosing. He's got a couple of different ways to go here. Oh, he's spelling out, I guess he's spelling out Fogbound, which he would like to play if a B or a G appeared. We know it's not going to because we know that Adam doesn't have those, but maybe if a G somehow appeared in the middle of the board, he could get Fogbound. And now we are back to alphabetical for the tiles, but yeah.
From Adam's position, is the play just hoof underneath Lancers here?
I mean, I don't know. Havoc has its own benefits of setting up another random floater, maybe even just as a distraction. Oaf is kind of nice for the equity. I do worry a little that it's closing down your own lifelines, but I guess I don't know. I don't know what Sokol would do after Oaf. I don't know what the sim wants him to do. I do wonder, like, is Sokol going to play something like of underneath Lancers after? Okay, Adam's playing Fovea. I think his idea is to go for bingo starting with H. Fortunately, it's not going to work out this time because of confound.
Confound is the only playable bingo. Looks like the best, maybe the best non-bingo option would be found through the N for 26, keeping the blank, but that is confound has to be the right play. I don't think this is a situation where you can justify passing on the bingo.
No, I think this is one of those situations where the bingo itself is just enough points to just about put the game away. So in a situation like this, you're definitely going to bingo because it's 68 points. But yeah, I don't know. Maybe there's still some sort of a chance for Adam. I don't know what it would be, but there are enough bingo lanes that are not right next to each other that I feel like there might be some sort of miracle that could happen. I mean, he could play Pheon, Pheon, to the right of confound. And then there's an S hook that he doesn't have, but there is an S out. So that's like, that's not super likely to work, but that's the kind of thinking you need to have when you're this far behind at the end of the game, right? So yeah, I guess I didn't look too hard. I guess maybe we could play something like Puncher if we want our S hook lane to be a triple lane, and then look at Sokol's rack. He doesn't have an E, so he can't actually go under it. So maybe there's some faint hope with some sequence like that. I don't hate Puncher. It does have to be something like that. It is gonna be like super desperate, and the right answer is not very likely to work here. So just because something's not very likely to work doesn't mean it's wrong. It's just one of the super desperate options. We're actually already kind of seeing a best case for Adam with Josh's rack of AIIINRU. It's pretty ugly. We're gonna probably see something like Inia from Josh. And yeah, Adam playing PHO. I'm not sure about this, honestly. I guess it is probably equity, but I don't know. I think he does need to act a little more desperate than this. Like, as it stands, we're probably just going to see Inia from Sokol, and then there's not really anywhere to bingo other than the N and the F. Whereas if he played something like Puncher and he drew the S, well, now he would have two different triple bingo lanes, and Sokol would have to pick one to block. And if he picked the S hook, then it would be a really sad block, and maybe some other bingo would come back.
Yeah, he did find the unseen S. I was about to say, with our technical issues, we can't show the remaining tiles, but there was one S unseen, which Adam has just picked. So again, as you pointed out, the problem with that is that after Josh plays Inia, then the confound hook is gone. But he also does have 9 potential from the EA or the AR. That's obviously going to be super hard with both blanks on the board, but it is an option in a pinch. Looking at the unseen pool after Inia, obviously Inia sets up the Z for a bunch. The Z was played early after a very nice double Z set up by Josh with his opening play of Etui through Wino. But there really isn't a C, G, and W from Josh's. I'm sorry, I don't have the pool updated on my end, but that still holds true that C, G, and W are the only clunky tiles that Josh is looking at. None of those play above the A, so Inia seems pretty safe here.
Yeah, and I don't know. Yeah, Inia, I guess there's a little bit of a worry that Adam is going to play something like, I don't know, Ma, score 22, and then have 2 different lanes with the N and then his own S hook. But yeah, I don't really know. The sim actually likes Urinin with the N. Maybe it's a little safer to completely, conclusively block the N rather than allow Inia, which allows reopens. And maybe it's a little nicer to play off one more tile. I don't know. But yeah, I don't think Inia could be considered a blunder. I just don't know if I love it. This might make it a little too easy for Adam to reopen. Like, if Adam plays something like Dan, is it going to get a little weird for Sokol to try to block? Like, is it going to get close enough that it's actually kind of weird? I don't know.
It's already getting a little weird because double R. It's not going to be easy for him to block. We need this. Josh actually has 14 more points. His score for his previous turn not in there, but at 362, doesn't have great block.
From Adam, I'm playing Darn maybe. I think you might have to threaten something that would hit the double. So I might play darn to set up my S and just hope to draw something like curries or something.
From Adam's point of view, 2 A's, 3 R's, and 2 U's. The big stuff that he can see. There are 5 in the bag. We know that those 5 tiles are a W, an R, a G, and 2 A's. So again, AAGRW currently what is in the bag. Adam is looking at those 5 tiles plus the 7 that are on Josh's rack. And doing so, Josh has played super fast this game. Adam, very uncharacteristically, down to 80 seconds with 5 tiles left in the bag.
Yeah, it's gonna be tough to really come up with anything. I don't know what I would do. I mean, I'm looking for things like DA and darn. It's like we can at least see the vision there. It's like you're threatening something with darns. Maybe Josh can only play, I don't know, maybe he can only play something like run, and then maybe you can hit something ending in ERS. That's the kind of thinking you're going to have to make. And yep, that is what Adam is going with. I like the idea. I don't, especially with 1 minute left, that's the kind of thing where I'd throw it down and be like, I can at least see the vision here, you know?
Yeah, Josh now with plenty of time, he's got Umu set up. Umu underneath darn seems pretty standard, but I'm sure that he's going to want to look at the 8 unseen tiles.
Well, what about Carnages? I think Carnages is I think Carnages might actually be the only bingo. I think he has to block the I think he's gonna have to block the N because of Carnages.
Yeah, if Adam had left the
Carnages
W.
beats Umu. Umu gets Josh to 479, and Carnages is 80, and then there's a W. I think Adam would win after Umu and Carnages. I think the name of the game here is actually blocking the N. I don't think there's anything on the bottom, but it is going to be really tricky for Sokol. It's really hard to pull the trigger on a spot like this where there's a straight up hook for something ending in S, but then there's an N that requires something very specific. But this time it looks like it's Carnages through the N, but nothing through the with the S.
Yeah, and actually, Carnages, if Adam had left the A in the bag, he would be threatening that. Does have the nice block of Umu, making EAU, ARM, and KYU. That scores 31. It blocks Carnages. It would put you up by, looks like we have 392. Maybe I mistyped that.
Yeah.
392, 395 to 462.
I think that would have still. I think
so
it still wins by 1 after Umu if it's 392. I think it would win by 1. I think it would be 480 to 479 if Sokol plays Umu and gets hit by Carnages. Carnages is one of those words with a fun anagram, CAGANERS. I'll let the people look it up for themselves. It's a Basque mythological figure, but I'll let you look up what it really means.
And yeah, no. See Justin Morris up there. Ooh, 598 for Justin. But yeah, there are no 7s possible in the pool.
I wonder how confident he's gonna be. It's a really tricky spot. It's one of those things where maybe if there's some low prob ones you've forgotten about it, it could get really ugly if you mistracked, then the N is a lot more innocuous looking. Yeah, like we know from just running the peg quickly that anything blocking the N wins easily, but that's not easy to come up with when you're sitting in Sokol's seat. He's probably seen Carnages as a possibility, assuming he's tracked correct. I bet in his head it's the one bingo he knows for sure versus maybe down in the area of darn, there's a bunch of different possibilities. We know there's nothing there, but it is tricky to confidently do that during a game.
Right, the gremlins who are causing problems have now started to behave, so the remaining tiles are back. The blanks are back, so we are back. So 462 for Josh, 392. I expect Josh to take, he started this turn with about 16 and a half minutes, already taken 3.5. Big spot here, he's going to probably double and maybe even triple check his tracking. He's got the time. I think eventually he's going to see that Carnage's through the N in pencils is the only possible bingo given this unseen pool. And he has a very nice way of blocking it effectively with Umu for 31. Even if he were to miss that and see Uchu, that scores well with 25 and also kills the spot. So Adam, knowing that he doesn't even have the bingo, but he has to sit and stew for a bit while Josh does his due diligence.
Yeah, this is a really scary spot. Staring at that darn spot, it's always a high scoring bingo if one exists. It's a lot easier for us in the commentator booth to just go, yeah, but it doesn't exist. But it's really scary when there's ERS unseen and it's a lane for something that ends in S. As it stands, assuming that Josh Sokol maybe plays something like untrim up top, we're likely to just see Adam quickly play something like cruise and just go out in 2 because he doesn't have anything. Cruise would leave something like ag and get, and Adam would at least be able to come up with some sort of respectable spread. Maybe there's outplays for Josh, so maybe after untrim Josh is going out, but yeah, we're likely to see something like that. Adam will be able to make it somewhat close with his S setup, but I don't think he's going to pull this one out.
Yeah, and that's, I guess, a good point. When you leave one in the bag, when you make that darn setup, you don't really need that much time because you're either going to play the bingo and go out, or the bingo is going to get blocked, and you're going to have an out in 2. With Josh having 16 minutes left, you're going to have plenty of time on your opponent's clock to think. So yeah, cruise or craws. I'm sure that Adam is already figuring out his best end games right now, both if the spot stays open and if it doesn't.
Yeah, I think all that's left here is to see what Josh Sokol plays. It would be a mistake to block down underneath at the bottom, but as we can tell, it's not actually going to matter this time. He will be winning this game, barring a complete meltdown.
Yeah, but again, as people are pointing out in chat, he also has to look at the 9s. You pointed out that if that M and D gum wasn't there, that Adam had the disconnected 9 of ordnance, which is ironic considering that we saw Noah Slatkoff phony with ordnant as his opening play yesterday. He's also got the F to look at. He has to probably maybe convince himself that scarfage is not a word, and that Carnage's is the only one that he needs to block. So it's a very complicated situation. He has taken about 7 minutes on this turn. Actually a little bit less, and wouldn't surprise
we might
me.
see him take almost all of his time. There's no reason not to. You're not really going to get anything out of trying to time rush Adam at this point. At this point, he either has the bingo and he already sees it, or he's just going to put down some sort of out in 2, but he's not going to ever win. So I think, given that there's not really any possible benefits to time rushing Adam, I honestly think we might just see Josh Sokol use the rest of his time to maybe he'll spend 8 more minutes looking for bingos at the bottom, and if he doesn't see one, he just plays something in the top right, maybe untrim. Maybe he's worried about untrim setting up something else, and he just plays something like mint or something.
Yeah, that's a good point, because when you play untrim, you have to just make sure that you're not giving your opponent something from the M, from the I, from the R, from the I, from the M.
But no, he's going to play Umu, so I think it looks like he's put together that the only threat was Cranages or Carnages.
All right, and I expect Don't know if it's wages or craws or crews that's the best end game here.
Yeah,
But
Adam's on wages. I do wonder if maybe he needs to leave himself more outs. Maybe he needs to leave himself better outs. He's got Orc, so maybe this is the best sequence.
score's accurate at 493 to 438. Oh wow, a really nice 20-point play available on this board for Josh.
It's a tricky one. You're gonna have to see the blank C and the fact that you can put your R in between the blank C and the Y and play stare. Of course, he will be winning this game no matter what, but stare would be the absolute best with spread.
Adam with the RC, which I assume goes in multiple places.
And Adam has two different outs that are approximately the same score, which actually really simplifies the ending. Since Orc is 13 points and Crit is 12 points, there's not really going to be any point in thinking about blocking things. So it actually makes a really simple end game where Josh can just sort of make the highest scoring play that gets rid of the most tiles and move on. So yeah, Josh gets stare down and Adam gets Orc down. And yeah, we're going to see a final score of 453 to 513. So Josh Sokol is won by 60 points. And yeah, we will see the rest of the standings. I think this might be a Steph Curry night play for
It's like silver
Adam.
cutting challenges because of that. Yeah. This is kind of a problem at IRU. If I don't go there, you have big threats there.
Yeah.
And if I do go there, the M was in the back. You could have all sorts of things that set up a second or third spot. So we've got like warfares, car fairs, but I think I can outrun that.
Yeah.
I probably missed some stuff. Oh, done with that. Such little time.
Please, I know that you got to play here.
What did you have?
I had CD with this.
CD?
Yeah.
So the reason you passed up Quoted.
Well, Quoted is one for a point, and Leaf is not really that early. So.
Yeah. But you took it back to consider what?
Quoted.
Okay. Yeah, I feel like in one of the spots, it does reduce some damage sometimes, but I don't know about how much. I think it's totally fine.
Yeah, I also have the idea of doing something with the D here in the next round. So
Right, exactly. I had TIVE, which I thought about keeping the D for 5. It actually increases my chances a lot of bingo. And I get stuff like D, like I get a bunch of stuff, good stuff with just one vowel draw. So it could be worth it. Interesting. Yeah, I had the blank already. But if like I challenge this off and I play unbaked, it's over basically. So that's why I challenge. Okay.
Okay, and Josh gets out his phone to both take a picture of the board and submit the result. Again, a result in his favor, 513 to 453. Nice, as I predicted, a lot higher scoring than their last encounter, which somehow combined for less than 700.
Yeah,
so if you, oh, go ahead, Matthew. Go ahead.
I think it was a good game. I want to do a shout out for some of the future Let's Play Scrabble / Scrabble Greater Picture events. We're going to be pretty soon, less than 2 weeks now. We're going to Causeway in Bangkok, Thailand. Going to be almost 500 people playing across 5 divisions, and the stream is going to be run by Let's Play Scrabble itself, so that'll be fun. And then a little over a month from now, it's going to be Albany, July 4th. we're likely to see Jason back in the commentary booth and me back on the board.
That is where I'm familiar. I'm familiar. I also did a best of 7 that you did against Tunnicliffe. So it's kind of weird to be on this side of the commentary equation with you, because I feel like I'm usually watching your play and commenting on that instead of commenting beside you. But many thanks for helping out that last game. I know I had forced you to talk a lot while I was figuring out the tech issues on my end, and you did a great job with that. So many
Yeah,
thanks.
no, it was fun, and there was a lot of interesting positions. It's always fun to get the different sorts of positions. I like to see a mix of like close games where we're maximizing our points, maybe games like this where Adam is going to be really desperate and Josh Sokol's going to be avoiding disasters. And yeah, it's good to see a mix. So this time we saw one where maybe Josh Sokol was in the lead, but Adam was close enough that it was always interesting, and we could see how you squeak out that little bit of hope with something like darn. Just want to give a shout out to Let's Play Scrabble.com. That's where these tournaments come. Then if you see the website under my name, that is my Substack. I've been doing writing about Scrabble. It's called Scrabble Academy by Matthew. So go check that out. And then, yeah, the last shout out for now, I think, will be Bob Lynn. Bob Lynn has donated $2,500 for first prize in the CSW division, and he has also paid the entry fee of anyone who is under 1,600 and newer to Collins. So thank you to Bob Lynn for that.
All right, you've pretty much covered everything. It looks like Matthew with a big win over Heidi Robertson in his last game of 552 to 363. So we have Matthew at 14-6, with Josh beating Adam. He is at 15. Adam is at 13. Still waiting on the Noah Slatkoff Mohammed Suleiman result. So I think we're just going to take a short break right now. We're going to wait for all the results to come in. Then Josh will put on his director hat, do the pairings, and we will figure out what matchup we'll be giving you in round 21 in this 22-round tournament.
Yeah, thank you so much for tuning in, and we will see you very soon in a few minutes when we get all of the results in.
All right, you're watching Let's Play Scrabble. All right, welcome back to Let's Play Scrabble's coverage of 2026 Montreal Scrabblefest. Jason Idolski and Matthew O'Connor bringing you the business end of the Collins division, which could now be titled. And then there were three people with potential to win this division. Looks like we have standings ready, so let's go to those. So as you can see, the players at 13 and 7, even if they were to win each of their last two games, that would get them to 15 and 7. The matchup we're about to bring you is between Noah Slatkoff and Josh Sokol. Obviously, one of them will have more than 15 wins after this game. So it is a battle between Noah, Josh, and with Matthew trying to win both and potentially sneak in and win on spread. So again, we have Noah Slatkoff and Josh Sokol, each 15 and 5. The winner will be at 16 and 5. And in Noah's case, a win would be really nice because he would have a game lead, he would have spread lead, and even potentially I could see a situation where he was Gibsonized.
Yeah, it's going to be tricky for Matthew Tunnicliffe. There's a chance he wins and he needs to beat Noah out on spread still, but it is still possible for him to sneak in there. But yeah, because of how far ahead Noah and Josh are at this point, we think it's going to be the most fun to put them on stream. I think we're almost ready to go.
I was going to say, you have cop pairings do the simulation. What somebody just asked in the chat, what percentage is Tunnicliffe to win from here? Do you have that information handy?
I was not the one running it, but yeah, I think it's going to be pretty hopeful for Tunnicliffe. It's a tough spot. It looks close, but it's actually tricky because you need to hope two different people lose at 2 different points, or you need to get a lot of spread. So yeah, it is still anyone's game, including him. Like, let's say Matthew Tunnicliffe wins a blowout and Noah wins by 1, then it might start to seem more reasonable. He might only have to win by like 100. Of course, Matthew's playing Adam Logan, so a blowout might be kind of tricky. But yeah. If I had to guess based on even money odds in each game, I'd give Noah about 75%, maybe a little less because he really only has to win one more. I'd give Sokol about 20% and Matthew Tunnicliffe about 5%.
All right. Well, the hypotheticals will become real situations in a bit. So Noah going first, probably a good spot to be in when you essentially just need one more win, given what his spread is. Age a good to look at first. Looking pretty balanced so far.
Yeah. Oh man, this is a better rack to go second with. If you see what he would have after a T appeared on the board, it's a fun word.
What do you, obviously a few words that will double the W or the H. Wroth, WROATH for 32. War, WHAUR for 30. Are you playing one of those two, or is there another option that you're seeing here?
This is the only play that gets rid of the W and the U, right? I think it's hard to argue with this.
Well, War does, but it only scores 20. Keeps the H by itself. So
yeah, I don't. This is too many points to pass up.
I was making an editorial commentary on his opening rack there for a second. Hopefully you saw that. FVCKIIO is what he had set up. Okay. And what are you seeing here?
I mean, I don't love any of his options. There's no. I mean, I would have really been hoping for some sort of nice place to play Kiff, but it doesn't exist. I mean, there is Hoik with CK. It's ugly, but there's nothing great. So I don't know. He's set up CIVI, but I don't. There's no civil or civvy. So I think he's just wishful thinking. I don't really know. FAIK. I mean, that's pretty ugly too, but it at least doesn't set up like a K in front of the double letter. It's a little tighter. So I don't know. Maybe I would play Hick. It's that's not a word.
That is not a word. So
That's gonna be 0. That is no.
after this comes back no good, Josh is really gonna think of the 4 consonants that he has on his rack. We might see them in that FVCK order again. So not only does Chibi come off, but Noah had anti-hero set up. That is the only playable bingo, correct? It is the only playable bingo. Only scores 62, but always nice to take a 92-point lead right out of the gate. Noah isn't going to waste too much time and put this down. 92-0, and
if he played a phony bingo, maybe like I would have to be like, wait, is this setting something up? Can I play ho? Is that? But no, here it's just going to be putting it down. You don't know what else he has anyways. Yeah, I don't know. I guess if you're really not a fan of the Washington Capitals, I guess there's a different kind of commentary, silly phrase to spell out. I don't know.
FICKOVI.
You can still do it without the U, I guess, in your rack. He could have spelled it out with the U for next turn. If you're really annoyed that Wayne Gretzky is no longer the leading goal scorer, you could spell something else out. And we know that Josh Sokol likes to spell silly things out.
Yeah, maybe if you really don't like the Roman numeral 7, that's another one.
Yeah. Or 8 with the floaters. But yeah, back to reality. I don't know what you're supposed to do. I mean, there's a couple new options. There's now Kiff for 26. I think in terms of all the terrible leaves, I think CIOV is like a little less terrible. You could at least dream up something like Vacation through any of the floaters at the top of Anti-Hero. Like, yeah. So he's going with Kiff. The obvious drawback is the triple, but it's not that bad. It only takes EIO, and it's not actually that easy to start with a vowel there. Like, I think it's fine. I think it's ugly, but every option's ugly, and it's fine. Noah's in a more interesting spot because he can actually play Stoddy if he just wants to get rid of his T's. But he can also do something a little bit more leave maxi, like yet, YETT. OSTX isn't the most amazing bingo leave, but once you get rid of the X, it's getting there. So yeah, I don't know. You could do either.
Yeah, do you ever play Oxy up top and chance drawing into an S and 3 T's?
I don't like Oxy. I think there's enough bingo lanes that blocking those floaters in Anti-Hero would be nice, but there's just too many bingo lanes to really put a lot of thought into blocking one specific one. Like, you play Oxy and then he bingos with Kiffs, and then it's like, what was I even doing that for? Like, now I have 3 T's and not a big lead, and I think getting rid of T's is going to be important here.
Yeah,
I don't know.
Looks pretty solid. Scores 29. Maybe a little early to think about taking air out of the bag, but
I don't hate it. I guess maybe you want to. I mean, keeping the S on a board where Kiffs exists as a hook is like also not a bad idea. I don't know. Another option the sim likes is Hottie. I think maybe Hottie is nice because it blocks Kiffs, but it's also a fish for things like exist, which is like when you have the X and you're fishing, you can't really fish for bingos, but with Kiff there, then now there's something to fish for. It's just you're fishing for exist this time. So we're still fishing for a 65 pointer. It's just it's going to be exist instead of bingos. Yeah, he's playing Ox. I'm guessing he's worried about the Oka lane. I don't hate the idea. I get the logic. The leave does worry me a little though.
Yeah, but I mean, push comes to shove, you have STY there for
Yeah.
30 some next turn, so you only need to draw one vowel. Now, obviously, it's really bad when you don't. And here's a spot where he didn't. But even, oh, I guess Sly also burns the S, but
There are bailouts though. He could even play My if he thinks that the S is important to bingos. He could play LYM too if he really wants to like keep the S for bingos. And then yeah. Hey, STTT obviously isn't great, but it is still there's a little bit of like a future for it. You play off TT and now you actually have one of those premium bingo leaves. And even with STTT, it's not impossible to draw something like Taddiest. It's not impossible to draw something like Titters or Stredi. So it's already an okay leave because of the S. And once you play off T's, it's like really, really good. Josh Sokol's with Vraic. I bet he's not a huge fan of blocking the floaters, but yeah, it is probably going to be necessary.
all right. So he does it 131 to 64 now. LMSY, as well as those 3 T's left over from the turn before. Now your nice little MY rather spot was blocked. Is this just myth to the H and war?
That's one choice. It's one of those ones where it's kind of nice because it's already the equity play and it's pretty defensive blocking the floaters and it doesn't block kiffs, which is kind of nice. It's one of those spots where game isn't anywhere near over yet, so leaving a bingo lane that you have direct access to isn't the worst thing, right? So yeah, I think it's probably going to be myth. It does a lot of the right things, as good as it can be with a rack like this. I mean,
really
it's kind of like if we're not doing myth, what even is there? There's a couple of like 10-point plays that are a little bit nicer for the leave, but then it's only 10. Like we're gonna play Lita.
Yeah, I was just about to point out that if you really want to get rid of 4 consonants versus 3, then you can play, or 4 tiles versus 3, depending on whether you consider Y a consonant. Lita is 10. Matey in that same spot is 17, but again, if you're going to play the MYT, you should probably just take another 7 points.
Yeah. And Alex Seoms pointed out there might be a trap here with anti-heroes, which is not a word. If Noah thought anti-hero took an S, maybe he would have played 60. For those of you that study the 9s, Senorita and Hortensia is how you can remember that anti-hero does not take the S. Want to also point out that Yex and YU is a very bad idea because although it is the scoring option and it keeps the S, the 6 consonants is going to be too many. We see this a lot with consonants. Each additional consonant is really, really bad because it means that you're that much less likely to bingo for the next turn and maybe even going into the future. So yeah, Noah's doing myth. That's got to be correct.
Well, Noah, off to this good start, perhaps the overdog to win this tournament, and if that J was an E, then Josh would have overdog himself. But doesn't look like, again, not a turn with any great options. Highest scoring needs to be Fjord from the F, but that GOV leave is quite unpalatable.
Noah is drawing a rack. He's got a bingo. It's a little bit of a trap, especially if you're a fan of Rob Ford, the mayor of Toronto. Could be a little bit of a trap. The first instinct I have with this rack is not a word. The second instinct that I have is a word. But yeah, hopefully Noah doesn't play the trap that's not a word because it might lose him his turn and it might get him stuck with a not quite bingo rack afterwards. That said, if Josh plays Fjord, which I think he's going to, I don't think there will be any bingos.
Right. So potential. Oh, it's a
Oh,
J
okay.
set.
He's playing Duro, setting up his J. So we actually will see. We will see a chance for Noah to put a bingo down and maybe put the game away. Duro is the sim does like Duro. It's one of those plays where I don't love keeping GJOV because it's really slow for bingos. But when you have the J set up like this, you kind of have to.
Yeah, but if you can use that JOG for 52 by playing Jog next turn.
Yeah, it starts to become worth it. But yeah, Noah with his rack. I'm hoping he doesn't fall for the trap. He's got a very believable non-word spelled out. Let's hope he doesn't do it. I think there's a good chance he's seen the rack in card box or word vault or what have you, but he doesn't remember which one is the word. I really hope this doesn't go down because it's not a word.
He's
But
looking
yeah.
at it. Maybe
Subtle
wait
means to be a subtler, so it's not the same as SUBTLE. It's a different idea. What do we think are the odds that Josh Sokol spells out egg at some point this turn? Oh, there we go. There we go. There's egg. I think he's actually going to play job on his next turn if it's open because VEGG is not good, but with all the veggie words, it's got to be better than BVEG with all those veggie words. So I do think Josh Sokol's gonna play job instead of jog.
Well, the bigger drama at the moment is will Noah play the real bingo of Subtled, or will he play what he had set up on his rack, which is not a word?
Yeah, I also don't know like what's actually the second best play. I don't actually think that like something is really good here that's not subtled. What are you going to play like Luds? If you really think Duro is a Z setup or a J setup, I wonder if he's going to play something weird like Tuts or Luds or even like Lust or Dust. I honestly think barring that bingo, it has to be something weird like Lust and Kifs. I mean, you're so far ahead that bingoing's not the biggest priority. Maybe even something like Tut and TO if you're really that sure it's a setup.
But I was thinking if it's a setup, because if you play Lust, then you're still giving back JO, JA, ZO, ZE, and ZA.
Yeah, I think if he can't pull the trigger on the bingo, we're gonna see Tut. I mean, look at Josh Sokol's options after Tut. It does get pretty ugly pretty fast. He's probably gonna play Job higher up on the board, which is a whopping it's like 18 points less. It would not be fun at this score to have to take the sacrifice. And then Noah would be the one with S blank and still several S hooks on the board. So yeah. Yeah, I don't know. I just hope he doesn't play slutted. It's not a word and it could really make the game go wrong. I mean, imagine if he puts that down, it gets challenged off, and then Josh Sokol plays job. Then if he doesn't pull the trigger on subtled, he'd have to I hope he doesn't play studlet either, because that's not a word. I really think he's seen the alphagram before and he knows there's a word there and he just can't remember which one, because he does really seem interested in this alphagram.
Yeah,
I'm hoping if he can't pull the trigger, he just sucks it up and plays Tut. It's really not bad, because if you're really sure that he has the J, then you're doing a lot of work by blocking 50-point plays to the point where it's like it's actually kind of close. So yeah, I do hope that barring. Oh, okay, stud. He's just taking the equity out of the non-bingos. Okay. I don't hate this. I do worry a little that the J setup is transparent enough here that he's just going to get hit by job right now. But On the other hand, LT blank is pretty solid.
So not pulling the trigger on settled, but at the same time, avoiding total disaster by scoring 0 and playing a phony
Yeah.
bingo and letting Josh know his entire rack. So Josh will go with jog instead of job.
Okay. There's an argument in favor of both. Maybe he's worried that Noah has his own E and job is just setting up for him. I did kind of like the idea of job with all the veggie words that you can fish for.
So ACLNRT blank. Given this board configuration, no playable bingos. So what are you doing here to score well, while also thinking ahead to getting that bingo down next turn? If his board vision is sharp, it looks like Licit or Ryson through those eyes one space apart at the top of the board. That looks pretty solid.
Yeah, I mean, I love the idea of sending Josh Sokol ricin. So, but oh, by the way, that's a joke for legal purposes. The other option I saw quickly is LOC. I mean, Duro takes a C. I feel like people have that one in the back of their head, and ANRT blank is a little closer to a bingo. So, yeah, I think it's going to be one of those. I don't think it's easy to blunder here. I think as long as it's one of those, it's going to be fine. I guess there's also
Block and
clan.
not a bad option as well.
Clan with AM and NY is kind of nice because it blocks floaters. They're pretty marginal because they have to end the word, but yeah, I don't know. Whatever it is, I think it's hard to go crazy wrong here as long as you score points, and a lot of plays score a similar number of points. So yeah, I guess part of the reason why I like Licit is because it's probably a scoring option for both people. Like maybe not with Josh Sokol's exact rack, but hey, let's say Josh Sokol had something like 7 ugly consonants and 4 of them were like GNNV, and it's like, well, he's either going to get nothing in exchange or he's going to play Vining for 30. I think Licit does a little better because it blocks a lot of those possibilities. So, and I guess over Ryson, Licit is a little better because it gets rid of the L. I don't know. I don't think it's a huge deal though.
No, I don't think has moved his tiles out of alphagram order, so maybe still looking for bingos again. We know that there is nothing playable, but also looking at that U, which holds some promise. Perhaps looking at disconnected stuff through the T and the A up top. So, but running his clock down toward 11 minutes here, and we're still fairly early in this game.
Yeah, it's not ideal. I get it with the blank. He had a tricky decision last turn if he wasn't sure of but yeah, here we go. Here's Licit. I think this is going to squeak out plays like Lock and Clan just because I think there's a decent amount of racks where Licit just makes it really ugly for Josh. There are enough spots where Josh has 7 consonants and it's either going to be 30 there or 0. Yeah, Josh is in a bit of an ugly spot because the obvious equity plays are going to be things like 5s, but I bet he really doesn't want to part with his S here. So I really don't know what the answer is. Okay, Noah's going to have a bit of a word knowledge check. Those non-words are tricky, but non-war is going to be one of the ones that takes a S. So maybe helped by the fact that it's the plural of a 6. But yeah, Josh Sokol does have a bit of an ugly decision because the obvious equity plays all use his S, which I bet he really doesn't want to do. I think it might be forced here, though.
Yeah, not really seeing good stuff that does not part with it. And Noah does have non-wars set up, so.
Yeah, I think ultimately it would be very sad, but I would eventually suck it up and either play fives or vibes here. And it looks like he's got that spelled out. But yeah, yeah, I guess we got ANNORW plus MS listed in the chat. What is that? Mansworn, I think. Yeah, Mansworn. That's not gonna play here, but it's a fun one. I just hope Noah doesn't play a phony version of Arowana. There's a lot of those. But yeah, he's got it spelled out. I think it's gonna go down pretty much instantly now. I think it'll be 69, so it'll be a nice score, and he'll take a pretty big lead if he can pull the trigger on it.
Second out, correctly passed on SLUTT blank ED last turn. Missed settled in the process, but we'll see if he has the courage of his convictions to go with non-wars here, which would put him in very good shape in this game. 202 for Noah, 179 for Josh, and there's no L's for Abigail's, right?
Yeah, no, this is gonna, if he can play non-wars, it's gonna be really good because Josh Sokol basically gets one chance here with the NO forming a spot for like ED, and we know he doesn't have that, so it's going to be really hard after that to get anything going with the shape of the board. After Josh does not bingo here, Noah's going to have defense as his first priority, and it's just going to get really hard for Josh Sokol to do anything. So yeah, non-wars 69, nice idea, and yeah, it's going to be really tricky now for Josh Sokol to come up with anything.
Score is now updated 271 to 179. Bivia is a word that came up on stream a couple times yesterday. That is a potential option through the V, although throwing the A out in space does not seem like a very good idea. Is it Bania, Bania, through that second N in non-wars, or are you seeing something else?
Yeah, I mean, I don't really know here. I don't hate the idea of Bivia. I think we are at the point where he is that desperate. I mean, one of the nice things about Bivia is that Noah will likely prioritize blocking the triple. And if he does, it means that Josh gets one more chance at the spot to the right of non-wars. So yeah, I mean, even if Noah gets like 30 or 40 points through the A and Bivia, it's like it's not a total failure because of the fact that that spot to the right of non-wars would be there for one more turn. So yeah, the question I guess is just, are you really, really that desperate? But I think the answer is leaning towards yes. He is now down, I think, something like 97 points after the challenge. So yeah, I'm probably ultimately leaning towards Bivia as a bit of a YOLO. The point with Bivia is actually not to hit the triple. It's really more to force the block, hope the block is 18 points, and then get another chance at the area to the right of non-wars. I think that is ultimately going to be a little bit better than other choices. Yeah, as we've seen in the chat, they're pointing out that in clabbers, Josh would have a bingo through the N and the R. It's going to be very hard for Josh to come back now. We're going to see Noah with his choice of things like entry and NY or NZIM and NY and OM. Yeah, it's going to be really tricky. And then I guess after Bivia, we're just going to see something like Azyme, or if he wants to be really tight, maybe even something like Zeta, leaving the Y for later. But yeah, really is Noah's game to lose at this point. And yeah, we're going to see Bivia. I think that, yeah, this is a very desperate play, but I think we're at the point where you need to be desperate. So I like this. I think I don't always love being crazy like this, but he's down 97 and he does kind of need to YOLO something at this point. YOLO, of course, means you only lose once in Scrabble.
That is one of my favorite sayings as I was coming up. It's a Paul Epstein thing. You can only lose a game once. So in that vein. I like the neologism update to it. YOLO, you can only lose once. So Josh needs to win. He thinks that Bivia gives him his best chance to win, so he's going to take the risk. The problem is Noah with that Z can play Azyme or Azerty through it.
Yeah, we're going to see which direction Noah goes. I think there's a chance he's going to do something more defensive than that. I think there's an argument in favor of something like Zeta just to be super paranoid. It's helped by the fact that the Y would go with the N. Josh Sokol actually drew something rather nice with Bivia, although it wouldn't be a bingo, but he would get Quaggas down if this wasn't going down. But yeah, I think this is fine. I don't know. I may have played Zeta. I like the idea when I'm ahead of leaving something for next turn, and Zeta would have left a Y, which would have been NYM for 33 at the bare minimum. But I mean, it's hard to go wrong with a Zerty too. Obviously, he's gonna score 57, and yeah, I don't love the extra lane. It didn't have to exist, but for 54 points, I don't hate it either. Although it does worry me a little because it didn't have to exist, but also for 54 points, I think it's justifiable.
Yeah, I think that Zeta makes a lot of sense. You score 39, you extend your lead, and like you said, then you're not only taking out, not only not giving something new, you're also taking out, potential stuff, with that F. But now you have the F spot, you obviously have the spot along non-wars, and you have the spot along Azerty. So given all that, are you just taking the points with Squab for 43 alongside Myth? Or do you see another?
I'd probably play Quagga here. It's like close. The logic behind Quagga is like fish for something starting with a B, and then the board is kind of open, and there's a bingo lane with an S that Noah has to address. I mean, anything is very desperate here and very unlikely to work, but I don't know. I kind of feel like Quagga's slightly likelier to work because it's a bingo first play. I don't think Squab has enough points where you can think about only needing one bingo. And I think that Quagga is enough points that you can win with two bingos. So yeah, I don't know. I see fish for Quaggas in the chat. I don't think it's gonna work. I mean, even if you play Ab here, Noah's just gonna play something like minor, and then what was the point of that? Interesting, Guga. I guess he's trying to set up Squib or Squab, but I do worry that this is a little too slow. Like, what's going to happen when Noah plays something like Marino and NO? Now Noah's setting things up for himself. And yeah. So yeah, I will say I understand where he's coming at with this, but I don't know. I kind of think Quagga works the most often.
Yeah, Noah with a very beautiful potential block. He can play Imodin through that D and stud. 5 overlaps, including GOR, that would score 27. That would take out the Squab threat. With all those E's unseen, Josh did not find one of the 3 A's. He did not find one of the
wow,
2.
Look at this. If Noah's thinking about Moni and NE, then he's going to set up Bequest.
That's a good point. Maybe that's Josh's way back in this game. Down 117. And somehow he would have a bingo that plays after a Moni that does not play on the board as presently constituted.
Yeah, I don't know. I think that I don't think Noah's gonna play Moni. It just is it's kind of aesthetically unappealing with the triple lane. I think he's either gonna play Moni and EM or he's gonna play something like minor through the N. It's really hard because minor sets up the right side of the board where there will never be a 7 played there ever again. So that's a really nice thing about it. But yeah, Noah's going with Moni. I get it. There are bingo lanes here, and I wonder if he's trying to maybe set up his own thing, thinking that Josh fished for Squib or squab. Now I wonder if Josh is going to refish for squib or squab, because it is still there as something to fish for.
Or do you just catch in the queue now and play queen up top, knowing that there's still loads of ease to draw?
Yeah, we'll see what direction he goes in. I don't hate that idea either. Noah's drawing the blank though, so yeah, I think it might be a little Steph Curry night for Sokol after this next bingo.
Yeah, surely lots of options next to non-wars. And then Josh does play queen, so unearned from the U, if nothing else. So this is looking like it is very close to being Noah's tournament.
Yeah, so the thing about queen, I guess, is kind of nice is if you draw the blank, now you have a lane with QU words, and like, hey, maybe the QU words will be something. All we have left to do is see if the A will somehow appear in the middle of space and Sokol can get net balls. But other than that, it's GG. It looks like. One last thing that maybe works is Basque. I don't think it's actually going to work, and it's really desperate. But occasionally after Basque, Noah might play EE underneath, or not EE. That forms UE, but yeah. Maybe Noah's stuck playing something like RE underneath Basque, and you can bingo somewhere. It's always good to think about things like that. Ultimately, I think Basque is a little too crazy with the open E, but at this point in the game, I don't hate thinking about things like that just because everything he's going to do is going to be really desperate. So just because it's really desperate doesn't mean it's wrong. And yeah, I guess if you want some fun in the chat, there is a disconnected 9. It's not the craziest of them. I don't think you would say it as a word, but it does exist. Looks like, are we gonna see yearned here? I guess that's good. And maybe learned, maybe even dearned. But yeah, no A in space, no net balls. Yeah, guess F's in the chat for Josh Sokol. This will not be his tournament. But yeah, did we get the blank cam?
I think that our producer has still stepped away. He said,
Oh no.
so oh, there we go.
Some sort of silly. Yeah, I guess he's like
That's
pretending.
thanks to Josh for recognizing that that other Josh was away and putting the Ellen listed out there.
Oh, is that what he? Oh, thank you. That was very nice of you.
Oh, yeah.
I mean, at this point, it's over. I bet we just see something like Bell. He can't really use the triple. Yeah, he's showing us that he wishes that he had net balls. That makes sense. It's almost there without Azerty. For those of you that don't know, netball is similar to basketball, and in a lot of Commonwealth countries, it's just a thing, and it's the basketball-like game for women. Like I think in Australia, a lot of women play netball instead of basketball. There's no backboard, and you can't move with the ball, but otherwise it's very similar to basketball. But yeah, I think he's just going to play Bell. I mean, it is still important for him for spread if he wants second or third or fourth. He is right similar to spread with someone like Adam Logan, although I guess he's 2 games up and down spread, so it's not actually going to come up with Adam. Still could come up with Mohammed or something, and it could come up if he wins a blowout in his last game. So yeah, spread's still kind of going to matter for Sokol. I bet he plays Bell. I think there's no reason not to block the biggest bingo lane. But yeah, he's not going to win now.
All right, we can see Josh coming back, so he will get caught up. He will see that Noah has this under control. Perhaps he will even show us the blank cam so we can confirm that our instincts were right, that Josh was signaling.
Yeah, okay, there it is. There's the L. Thank you to Sokol for showing what it was, because there were at least 3 options and we didn't know. But yeah, I don't know. Our sim is a little wonky with the logic. The sim's pretending that he has a chance if he opens up the triple on the bottom right. We know that that's getting blocked every time. I think it's ultimately okay. He's either going to play BLL somewhere like ball and just hope for a bingo, mean, even if Noah has 7 vowels or something, it's never going to work. But yeah, you never know. He plays some phony version of Pulau, and we'll see what happens. Or yeah, I think we're just gonna see some like. I think we're just gonna see him.
All right, so this will bring Noah to 16-5 with a monster spread. Josh will be, depending on the outcome of this game, about 1,000 spread points behind, regardless. Not enough to catch up. So the only possible thing is if Matthew Tunnicliffe is really, really beating Adam Logan by a similar score. Noah had a 419 spread point advantage coming into this game. Again, I don't know the exact guidelines for
I think
Gibsonization.
our Gibson cutoff is going to be 600. So, depending on the exact score of the game, I think as long as Matthew Tunnicliffe wins, we're gonna let him try.
Okay, so still waiting to to get a result from that game yet. It doesn't look like any of the results have been posted yet. So regardless, Noah is either going to be Gibsonized right now or going to go into the last round, just needing to avoid total disaster to win this tournament.
Yeah, I guess ball is like, I don't know. It's not the craziest idea. There's at least some chance Noah transposes or something. I mean, we know he's probably just going to play something like either Pulau or something like, I don't know, Pap with the Nep and Oda. But yeah, I mean, if there's anything, I think maybe Josh is thinking like, oh, what if he has 7 consonants? There aren't 7 consonants in the pool, but there's always a little bit earlier in the game. There's always things like that where, hey, if Noah had one of the truly most awful racks in the pool, there actually sometimes exist situations where there's an unblockable triple lane. So it's not going to work here with the exact pool. There's only 6 consonants total. There's only 5, and even if there were more, there would be things like Paul's available, PALLS, stuff like that. So yeah. But I wouldn't necessarily fault him for trying something like ball. It's just not going to work this time. Maybe it's better to just play something like Bell and try to maximize spread. I don't know. I mean, maybe it's correct to play something like ballet, and I don't know. Hope for something like Queenies that won't get blocked because of the triple threat. But yeah, I think barring a total catastrophe, we're gonna see which ball went into the 3-3 lane. I mean, we can't read his mind, but I don't see why he would play the one for 12 points. There's very obviously no wins after that. So I have to imagine if he's thinking about something, it would have to be something more like the 8-point ball that at least gives him a shot at a triple. I mean, it's not really a shot. We know Noah's going to block it at all costs, but it's one of those situations where like he's not going to win the tournament if he doesn't do something. So, I mean, it's okay to try something. Unless it causes him to fall completely behind someone else on spread. I guess it could get weird with Mohammed.
Yeah, that's what I was just about to say.
Mohammed making a roaring comeback could, I guess, catch Josh on spread if he's completely reckless here. But I don't know. I don't think it's likely enough for me to be like terrified. He's already well behind Adam and Matthew Tunnicliffe on spread.
I wouldn't say well behind. Only 61 came into this game only 61 points behind Logan. So
yeah, but for him to fall behind Adam in the standings, he'd have to lose 2, and Adam would have to win 2. So in that case, that would be the only way for them to move in the standings, and they would never cross. He's already behind in that case.
Yeah, Josh Castellano in the chat saying it looks like 500 is the standard for Gibsonization, at least in this tournament. So as long as if Matthew has won by about 80 within whatever the
We did
margin.
just get word that Mohammed won by 115. So it is actually shaping up to be a non-trivial situation for Josh. There may be a fight for third place that involves Mohammed that it could actually heat up and be non-trivial for Josh to preserve his spread. Okay, he is playing the 12-point ball. I think he's just, this might even be the equity play. He's just keeping ENST and seeing if he can get a bingo out to cut the spread. I mean, yeah. I think most likely we're going to see Noah play something like Pep or Peppo. And I think there's, yeah, we know there's no chance of a Q bingo because he has the U. So something like Peppo. Yeah, it doesn't look like there's any bingos here. Descent, Disnest, and then, yeah, Noah's going to play Peppo, so that lane with odds is not a thing.
Right. So we have
Snidest is sitting there. Is he spelling out send tips or something? Yeah, I don't know.
Meanwhile, Matthew has beaten Adam Logan by 101. So his spread is currently plus 11, 12. Noah would have to win by 108 or more to enact Gibsonization. He is currently.
I don't think he's going to do it with AIU in his leave. I think it'll be. I think they're going to let Matthew go for it. And so, yeah, I think we're going to see Josh Sokol in third place and Mohammed in fourth. And it's going to actually be like, it's going to not be completely trivial for Josh Sokol to hang on to his spread. Likely Mohammed will have to win by about 100 points in order to get third, which is not impossible. We all know anything can happen in Scrabble. So, yeah, it actually is going to shape up to be a little bit interesting in the fight for third.
So Peppo to block Descent, also score well.
Yeah.
Also leaves one tile in the bag, so nice job timing wise.
Yeah, it's good. I mean, there is appui. It's a little bit of a trickier word. I guess I don't know. The leave is so much nicer that it might be worth emptying the bag. I mean, you can't lose, so it is like the risk is just getting bingoed out on, which is not as big of a deal as when the bingo outs lose. But yeah, I wonder if Sokol's even going to fish here. There's just nowhere to go, and the one tile fishes that he'd be limited to can't even open anything. So yeah, I don't think he's going to fish. I think he's going to play something like Queen, then Dins, and he's going to go out. I don't think there's enough value in fishing. Noah would then probably play something like Qualia. I don't think Matthew Tunnicliffe is getting Gibsonized. I think it'll be close, but it'll be around 280. It'll be around 480. But yeah, the sim I'm running confirms that Peppo is better for spread than Appui. The risk of bingoing out is enough to make Appui about 8 points worse despite the better leave. Part of that is because Peppo scores more because it's more overlaps. So yeah, good job by Noah acknowledging it's probably not the time to go out, even though it's impossible to lose. And yeah, we'll just see what Josh Sokol does for spread. Oh, wow. I forgot about this. There's actually a really nice overlap play if you look. It's a tricky word. It looks absolutely horrendous, both because it's a weird 6 and it's a word it looks like the past tense of something that should not have a past tense. But yeah, there is a very clear spread play here, actually. And it plays in the area in the top left as your hint.
Yeah, I was gonna say chat already on top of into. I assume that's into with the
in toed. No, it's in toed. It refers to shoes where the toes point inward.
So then you have out toed?
No.
Okay, well that would be silly.
That would be silly. This is Scrabble, Jason. It's like how you can have a non-man but not a non-woman. That's just how it works. Yeah. Doesn't look like he's seeing it. I don't know what he's doing with ties. I thought maybe in absence of that we'd see queemed and dins or something. I don't think it really makes sense to fish. Let's see. Oh, he's just playing into. Okay, this I don't like because I don't know if there's a lot of 5 tile out plays. I think he needs to turn over more tiles if he can't see in toad.
Well, he did draw seeds. I don't know if seeds is going anywhere.
Oh wait, isn't there some weird one like SEDES? Yeah, that's a word. So that plays. I don't know if he's gonna see it, but SEDES is a word. I bet you then that Noah's best endgame has to block it. Yeah, it looks like the best endgame is gonna be Uwe forming Mythi because of the need to block seeds. And then after that, Josh will be limited to queemed and D's, and then Allah will be the remaining tiles for Noah. But wonder if with this time pressure, neither player is looking for seeds. It's one of those ones where it's like, when the hell is this ever going to come up? And the answer, of course, is now, but it's just so unlikely for something like SEDES to even be a thing. Of note is the fact that the best sequence gets Noah to 175. So yeah, I don't know. Depending on what Sokol can figure out here, we might actually see. Is SEA-SED a word? Yeah. So if he can find that, then Noah won't be Gibsonized. But I wonder if he sees it. If he just plays like queemed and D's. Yeah. Okay, he does see it. So Noah's not quite Gibsonized yet. Matthew Tunnicliffe's going to have to win by about 240 or so, but we're not going to be Gibsonizing Noah.
Difference in this game, we have 486 to 329. Well, it'll actually be 334 after this challenge of the outplay.
152, right? So it's not quite enough for Noah to be Gibsonized. I think we're gonna see what happens. We're gonna let them go for it, and Matthew Tunnicliffe's gonna have to win by about 235 or so in order to win here. But it's not over quite yet. Sometimes you see some interesting things born out of those games. You're gonna see like Matthew Tunnicliffe up 150 but desperately fishing, and Noah desperately blocking. Sometimes we get to see fun stuff like that in those weird situations. Let's cut to the players though.
Let's go to rhythmic.
Did you get the J here?
You were so stone-faced, and I was like, it means you were taking the game. I'd already checked out of the game, sadly. Yeah, congrats on, probably winning, but also 2,000, dude.
Yeah.
2,000. That's more important than everything in life.
Yeah, I kind of suspect this might be a setup, and I was looking at Tuts, but that just doesn't really do much.
Mm-hmm. What did you have?
LT blank. So it's slutted. Is that good? Okay.
Unless it's called. I don't think so.
Yeah, and it might have just been better because it's containing the board so much. Now you've got this and you got that.
It's probably, it doesn't actually block the setup.
It's probably just better, but I just didn't want to lose it by sacking equity.
Yeah, damn. How to lose a game in one move. Oh boy. Yeah, I was going for skip swap.
Okay. Yeah. So
B-Quest is good.
B-Quest.
Right? And so if I had played Gang instead, the crazier setup, I had B-Quest in both spots. I was so sad.
Yeah.
It was so sad.
Yeah, because I was looking at Azyme, and that could have really given you a chance at it.
Right. Yeah. No, I've never had anyone play that. Basically my name on me. It's awesome. All right, man. Cool. You know what happened with them? I'll check it out. You can get the scores in there.
So a Sparks typo loses to Azer, tie, no po. So yeah, so it looks for all the world like we will not have Gibsonization. Dylan, who's a new player in chat, asked what that is. Sorry for kind of pre-assuming knowledge that that doesn't exist. It is named after a legend of the game, David Gibson, who so often clinched tournaments before the final round that the term for when you have the tournament clinched going before the tournament is actually over is called Gibsonization. So in this case, it looks like it will be a one game and about 450 some spread point difference. So again, I think we're just going to take a short break here. I think the directors or the director is going to confirm that there is no Gibsonization. We expect to show you Noah Slatkoff, Matthew Tunnicliffe in the last round. But again, that is subject to change based on director discretion.
And yeah, just for the chat, there's two ways to get Gibsonized. One way of getting Gibsonized is to be up by more than the number of remaining games. So let's say that Noah was up 2 games with 1 to go. It would be really, truly impossible for him to win. But the other way to get Gibsonized is when you are up, say, 1 game and 500 spread points, your opponent would have to win by 250 to come back. Because they would get 250, you would lose 250, and then it would be a tie. So when we get to those really big numbers, like 1,000 or whatever, it's like, well, maybe technically you could still win. But if you Gibsonize the person in first, it kind of makes the rest of the race for second and third more interesting. So yeah, sometimes when we get to those really big spreads, we prefer to Gibsonize based on the number of games and spread. And we're close here because our cutoff was going to be 500. But yeah, with the spread actually being the spread is actually 470. So yeah, it's close, but we're going to let Matthew Tunnicliffe play for the win this time.
Okay, yeah, the exact difference 470. So so it certainly seems that that Noah will play Matthew and just need to keep it within 235. We have seen some big spreads, including a game yesterday on stream between Matthew Tunnicliffe and Terry Kang, but again, it's different when you know that all you need to do is keep it within 235.
Yeah, I think Noah's whole mindset will be avoiding disasters. We're not going to see things like Noah being down 100 and opening a triple. That might be a good strategy in a regular game of Scrabble, but in this last round where Noah just needs to avoid disasters, that's something that will not be happening. So anyways, going to do a little bit of a quick break, and we will be back to you in a few minutes. So yeah, thank you so much for watching. And this is you're watching Let's Play Scrabble. So yeah.
Right, we will be back in a few minutes. All right, welcome back to Let's Play Scrabble's coverage of 2026 Montreal Scrabble Fest, where Noah Slatkoff has one hand and maybe one hand plus a couple fingers on that $3,300 Canadian first place prize for the Collins division. However, he does not have both hands on it yet. Still one hurdle to climb, and that is making sure that he does not lose to Matthew Tunnicliffe in this last game by more than 235 points. As we show the standings really quickly.
Yeah, I just want to point out that part of the fun thing about using the pairing algorithm we use here is that we prioritize having some class prize battles at the end. So the pairing algorithm ensured that Justin Morris would play Terry Kane for the Class B battle. And then in Class C, we've got Steve Osorio versus Yvonne Lobo in order to fight for the Class C prize. So yeah, another fun thing about using the comp pairing algorithm is you get to see some class prize battles at the end.
Yeah, many thanks to those responsible for the cop pairings being used at this tournament, and thank you to Matthew for pointing that out. That is the fair way to do things, especially when you have class prizes like that to have them play each other. So a very nice touch. Noah and Matthew, obviously regulars at the Ottawa Club, have certainly played many more times than the 38 that we see here, but a surprising edge to Matthew in their head-to-head of 26-12.
Yeah, but anyone's game in one game. Although, as we know, Matthew Tunnicliffe is going to have to do more than just win in order to win this tournament. He's going to have to. He can either win by exactly 235 and tie the tournament, or he can win by 236 or more, and he can win the tournament. We'll see what he can do. I bet you we will see a bit of a different kind of game this game. You know, normally if you're behind like Noah, you might want to reopen the board, but maybe Noah can find a way to maybe keep it tight and keep it to 150 or keep it to 200, and that might be his best way to win. So we'll see. It's going to be fun because it's going to be a bit of an interesting. It's going to be different than a normal game where people are just trying to win. So I think it might be a fun little unique experience for the stream. So yeah, and here we go with Noah. I wonder what he's gonna do. Maybe keeping something like rent on his rack, maximizing his bingo chances, is actually a safer way to get spread. Or maybe Brent plays through tiles and makes it hard to even think about getting all the way to 250. I don't know if I like Brent, because as we're going to see, Matthew Tunnicliffe now has a bingo, and that is I mean, he has to get to 235, and now he's got informed. So yeah, I don't.
Day of
Biformed. Yeah. That's a word, right? Yeah. So I don't know. I kind of like exchanging because I think maximizing your bingo chances is the best way to not lose by 250. I mean, it's going to get ugly right away because Matthew Tunnicliffe's about to play Biformed, and now Noah's going to want to play Volve, but then that's going to leave the triple open. So now Noah's options are going to turn into, like, I don't even know, Covent, which is also ugly because it sets up its own triple. So then what's he going to do? Play Cold and keep two of his Vs? It's already really weird. I don't know. I think Noah should have exchanged on his first turn because I think going for the bingo is actually the best way. It might feel scary scoring 0, but I think if you bingo often enough, it's actually better to. I think if you bingo often enough, it's actually better to go for the fish as a variance reducer. And yeah, I guess this time it's diaform anyways, but the point still stands that there's a world where Matthew Tunnicliffe has one too many vowels, but then all these floaters bail him out.
Yeah, but are so you're already just playing to you're going to concede the game and just lose by 235 or less, because I think that Brent is a perfectly fine play. I think that especially early, I'm okay with just playing like playing like it's in a vacuum.
I think it's close in a vacuum, which is why I'd be willing to exchange. I wouldn't do it for a 20-point sacrifice normally, but because of the rent leave being so good, that's maybe why I'd be willing to make the sacrifice.
So we are here for content, and at least we have the start of content as Byformed comes down for 86, and Noah, unfortunately for him, well, also unfortunately for him, we're gonna give this 5 extra points, so this will actually end up scoring 91. But the other unfortunate aspect is that drawing into CN, he has found both V's at once.
Yeah, and yeah, just for fun, when I run my sim, I'm gonna actually run it with Noah getting a 235-point lead, just to make it the actual situation in the game. So it's going to be interesting to do it from that perspective. It is going to start favoring things like Claude just to block the triple.
Yes, indeed, and yeah, now that you've started down 70, I think again I was fine with playing the opening turn as if you're trying to win the game. Noah is also trying to hit 2,000 for the first time. I believe that he will get there even if he loses this game. In fact, I'm almost certain that he will. But still, you play to win the game. You also don't want to be unfair to those in third and fourth. Give Matthew the inside track for second here by conceding the game. But a separate issue entirely. Looks like he's considering Covent. Again, it does risk the triple, but your opponent does have a random rack.
Yeah, I don't hate Covent despite the risk, because the ugly 4 consonant leaves are pretty ugly, and that is another way to lose. Have him hit a barrage of bingos, and have you hit consonants. So yeah, I mean, I don't hate Covent. He's giving Tunnicliffe basically one shot, and as we can see with his rack, he's not hitting it this time. So yeah, Covent is probably the right choice, despite the lack of super defense. I like this choice.
Yeah, and I do wonder if that's going to be a theme that we see from Noah throughout this game. Just kind of try to play off a bunch of tiles and just try to end the game faster that way.
Yeah, Matthew Tunnicliffe is also in an interesting spot because he might not want to go for spread so much that he loses the game. Because if he loses the game and Josh Sokol wins, then he'll fall to third, and the biggest jump is going to be the 2,500 for first and the 800 for second. But we could get in a spot where the win is so unlikely that it's not worth even going for 2,500, and there might end up being a very real risk of losing the game at some point. So yeah, we'll see. Noah with a rack that doesn't look great, but honestly, as long as you're drawing things like LUZ, it's not the worst thing. Although he might be in an interesting spot next turn where he has to decide between something like VOL for 6, just blocking the bingos, and something else like LOLZ. We'll see how he handles it.
Yeah, the bag is trying to give us content. The bag has not been very kind to Noah at the start here, while also giving Tunnicliffe a bingo, and in fact choices of bingos on his opening rack. So the bag is trying to give us content, with Noah pulling both V's at once, and then pulling the U to go with the V that he has, the U being his only vowel. Fortunately for Noah, Matthew is not going to get much out of this rack.
Yeah, I think he's probably going to play Gaufed under the logic that maybe EU's not great. Maybe he'll play Gauffer. Gauf actually means golf, so both of these are like golf and golfer. I was wondering about Gaufed. Ultimately, yeah, these leaves with OU and DU aren't great, but they're kind of bingo-y in a relative sense, relative to other bad leaves. They do at least get rid of the high pointers, which are like even worse for bingos. So yeah, and Galfer opens up new floaters, and Galft opens up new 7 lanes. So they both do a good job with that. As we can see, he's going to get hit if he plays Galfer because of LUZ. So we're gonna hope he plays Galft for the content.
What is Galf? I don't see a great Galf spot on this board.
I wasn't thinking about GOWF. I was Galfer or Galft. But yeah, Noah's probably pretty happy here with the LUZ.
Yeah, that'll probably get the heart in case he was starting to get a little nervous about Matthew pulling off the insane comeback here. Just being able to dump lose for a bunch will probably calm him down a little bit.
Yeah, I think at least we can't pass up 49. If there were no good options, I would at least think about blocking the Covent spot. Let's see. Okay, I don't think there's any crazy triples. I was wondering if something like Prudence would show up, but not this time.
And the way that lands, unfortunately, Matthew cannot, if he is so inclined, open up another triple.
Yeah, I wonder. I don't think so. His highest scoring play is pre-funds, but I kind of feel like there's no need to block the triple. I think maybe he'll just play pounders to leave it open. Noah.
Well, pre-funds doesn't.
Noah will be in an inch. Yeah. Well, pre-funds, I think, is that the highest scoring?
Yeah, but it's through the F
Oh, I'm sorry. I saw the F in buy forms. Yeah. So I think he's going to play pre-funds. And then I don't know. Maybe we'll finally see Noah block it by playing Raka or something. We might finally reach. We might reach an interesting position, though. Like, Noah could play Lava and continue the scoring route, or he could finally say that it's time to block the C. Lava might be good enough that you have to do it, just like how LUZ was 49, and he kind of had to. But yeah, Matthew Tunnicliffe hasn't committed yet. I do wonder if there's any argument in favor of something like Spurned and Brent just to, I don't know. Is there value in blocking the lane underneath Covents?
Yeah, I don't. Well, not with that C out there. Maybe after that C and the triple lane gets blocked.
I don't know.
If I'm going, I'm thinking about just keeping this within 235. That's priority 1, priority 2, priority 3, and maybe even priority 4 as well.
Yeah, so we'll see which route he goes. I think it has to be pre-funds. It's definitely not looking good at this point. If those of you in the chat like the fun stuff, there is a 9 here. It's really not a good play. But if you like the silly things in the chat, there is a fun disconnected 9 here. Okay, we're gonna see roundups.
That's actually kind of nice. Puts the S out in space in a good spot.
Yeah, and I think again we're gonna see Noah in a bit of an ugly. He has to either play Lava up top, or he has to finally block the C with something like Raka, and I don't know which direction I'd go in.
Aval is 42 as well up there.
Yeah. Maybe even Ava and leave the L for Lazo. Yeah, already though, I'm happy we get some content with Matthew's early lead. It's still gonna be tough, but
When you draw 3 eyes GK post bingo.
yeah, that's not going to be the greatest rack.
This will be a good indication into Noah's mindset, and I think Noah's still playing it straight. I think Noah's still playing as if he wants to win the game, or maybe I'm just being overly concerned. But I'm a little surprised that that C is still out there. But when you got lose for 49 and lava for 42, I guess it makes sense.
Yeah, and the computer simulation I'm running says that everything he's doing is fine. It's one of those things where plays like Raka are shooting up in the sim, but with the 42-point plays, it's not quite worth it yet to block. So yeah, I like the route he's taking, at least so far. It's definitely hard to do when you need to avoid a blowout, but at least for now, the wow, Noah is one letter away from a triple triple. I bet you weren't expecting me to say that.
I was not expecting you to say that. Noah's probably wishing he just played Ava last turn, kept the L.
Yeah, I don't know. Yeah, for those of you who don't know, there is a crazy word that Noah would have if he could replace his D with an R. He is, yeah, he's one letter away. But yeah, I think maybe at this point, if Matthew leaves it open, we're gonna get to the point where there's no more. I think we might get to the point where there's no more blocks, but Matthew's gonna block it for himself. I think this is fine. I think there's other ways to try to get the spread. He's keeping IIGS. He's probably thinking about the N and Brent, and yeah.
That certainly seems that after the potential huge content early, it seems like both players have kind of settled in to to their plans, and certainly after playing Rick there, I think Matthew is just trying to win the game for clinching second. And obviously Noah will be totally fine with that because now it allows him to just play it straight and try to win the game. Rick for Tunnicliffe to block the triple triple line. With 4 A's, Noah will get some relief by having a spot to play a jar.
Yeah, although I think we just see Matthew Tunnicliffe draw another bingo, sieging. Although he's got it spelled wrong on his rack. I hope he corrects that. And then the other option, although it does look maybe a little too tight, would be singeing, which is good with an E. Let's hope that this misspelling is just a random thing. He does have sieging. So there is probably still a glimmer of hope if he wants to get the spread.
Yeah, playing Seiging would be really bad. I don't know if there's a huge difference here between sieging and singeing.
Yeah, I mean, I feel like if anything, it might be better to put more floaters on the board. I don't know. On the other hand, singeing makes it even harder to block the S. So I don't know. I think it's most important to get a bingo down, and anything else is not that important.
Yeah, Matthew, and we've seen his word knowledge on stream so far this tournament. It is incredible. So it would be hard to see him transposing the E and the I here, but the more he has it set up, especially since it plays really nicely.
Oh, wait, is he gonna misspell? Okay, he's gonna
He's not going to
spell
misspell it, but he is going to play one of the few INGS words that are phony in Collins with siegings, and looks like it's being held. So we'll see what happens from here.
I feel like he's gonna challenge, especially because the two valid bingos are right next to each other, so he can block all the bingos. This one's actually surprising. If you know anything about Matthew Tunnicliffe, he likes to give himself stories with words, and all those words make ing words that take an S.
Yeah, I know he's good friends with Ori Swift, who is somewhat famous in the Scrabble community for doing that. So even after the phony, Tunnicliffe, as I update the scores here, ahead by 48. And can you block singeing and sieging? Yeah, I guess you could probably pretty easily block both of those at once.
Yeah, there's as long as you're sure there's not something ending in an S, gingies or something. You can just play something like YAD underneath. There might be a better one in terms of getting rid of one more vowel, but yeah, they're right next to each other, the two valid bingos, and there's not even anything with Brents, so you could even play something like a okay, maybe Noah doesn't realize that there's only two places to bingo, and that they're near each other because he didn't block.
A little surprising, but again, maybe he just feels like your bingo isn't scoring much, so I'm fine with letting you score for 63. Again, from a game theory aspect, we may be kind of entering a Nash equilibrium of sorts where both players are fine with Matthew winning by a number between 1 and 234.
Yeah, so I guess maybe we're just I think Matthew Tunnicliffe's probably, I don't know. He's probably close to giving up on the 235 at this point. He probably just wants to win. I bet you we're gonna see Noah play something like dice underneath sieging after this challenge because that seems the safest. You can block the floaters and you might as well.
So the challenge of sieging, which comes back good, Matthew Tunnicliffe up by 82. Hard to see him getting the other 153 points that he needs. Although starting with SE is a good start. If only we all didn't know that sieging does not take the S.
Yeah, let's see what he hits if there's any. Okay, he does have the blank, so there's at least Sujit and Dooley's.
Not totally hopeless to get to the miracle number. The problem is that after assuming that Noah plays Deus, which you mentioned and is set up on his rack, after Matthew Bingo's both blanks gone, all four S's gone, we'll take a look at that updated tile pool after that sequence, but it's probably not going to look good for bingoing once more, much less two times more.
Yeah, I think it's gonna get kind of close, but as it gets close, the tiles are gonna run out, and it's gonna be like maybe he can get to 200. But yeah, it looks like space is running out and tiles are running out, and yeah, I think he might get kind of close. But I bet you we're gonna see Sujit underneath roundups for I don't know how much that is, like 75. And then after that point, Matthew will be up something like 130. So yeah, he's kind of getting there, but it looks like it's just not gonna quite work.
Yeah, two playable bingos here. Sujid, as you mentioned, SOO blank GEED for 74 underneath roundups, or Dooley's DOO blank LEES on top of a jar. I assume that you're taking Sujid because it's easier to bingo on top of the jar, so you want to leave that for later.
Yeah, that there's also kind of more of a second lane if you play with like Eta and Eta. I don't know. I think it also scores a little more than Dooley's. Um, Yeah, so I don't know. I think after Sujid, we're gonna see something like a tone and AR from Noah, just sort of getting through tiles and okay, no, he's gonna go there. This is good too. So now I think we might see Noah play something like a tone a little bit further up, just to try to get through some tiles and also just like get rid of those last few lanes. But we'll see.
All right, the difference after that play, a difference of 124. Again, hard to see Matthew making up another 111 points, especially considering that it's not his turn and considering that the bingo, the places to bingo on this board are drying up pretty quick.
Yeah, it is one of those things where it might start to like look like it's getting close, especially if Matthew can draw something with Lazo, but it does kind of feel like even if it gets close, it's gonna be like a not quite like even if okay, I guess there's no R's left for liberal. This rack would be fun if an M came in the middle of space for limb meal, but yeah. I was gonna say, I don't know. He's probably gonna oh wow, he's spelling limb meal. I think Matthew's gonna play Lamiest and he's gonna like give himself some chances. Yeah, it doesn't look like it's quite enough. Honestly, for content, Lamiest is as good as it's going to get because he can score well and open and keep his L for Lazo.
That is a good point. I was just about to send Chad on an errand to find all the extensions to Rick. And is there some sort of 11-letter out bingo that Matthew can make here?
That would be funny. Yeah, I don't know. I wonder if Noah plays Nattiest here. Is that a better way to keep the spread close by scoring 27 and blocking Lamiest?
I kind of like notate, which Noah has set up, I assume, underneath roundups there, making unpo and st. Gets rid of 6 tiles. It's going to score decently, and then you're stopping, potential stuff on top of roundups, out stuff if that is potential, as well as stuff below like the Suji that could have been played last turn.
Yeah, that's what I think is the importance of something like notate is like once Lamiest comes down, there's going to be even more bingo lanes. So if you play notate, you're kind of covering your bases in advance, knowing that something like Lamiest is coming soon. So, if Noah did something fishier like Avo, then after Lamiest now, none of the lanes are that great, but there's still a lot more of them. There's like they're all kind of marginal, but there's still going to be Lazo, and there's going to be the L and A and Lamiest, and then there's also going to be the bottom. So Noah's kind of covering his bases in advance with this one, and he's scoring not bad to boot. So yeah, I like this. I like the idea here. I think we're going to see Lamiest come down pretty quickly.
Nattiest to the ST, also a clever idea. Scores well and also uses 6 tiles, but it also way opens things up. So I kind of like notate. Tunnicliffe will cash in the M.
Yeah, I actually am kind of surprised by this one. I feel like Lamiest is one of those things where, I don't know, it feels like you got to keep opening, and that's like there for you.
Yeah, had ways to do it too. Lamiest or Balmiest to that ST for 45, and also missing the first potential Rick inspection of Lime Rick, actually Limerick for 48.
Yeah, and that ST, it's like it's a nice place, but it's not going to give you bingos. So when you don't have a bingo, but you do have Lamiest, it feels like you got to go there. Here, I think Noah's going to do priciest. I think it's maybe a little bit scary because of the bingos that might come, but I'm guessing it's worth it because of the score. It's also like that Matthew is going to try to put something there somehow, so it's probably going to open up. So maybe we should play something like priciest and just it's points for yourself.
I think what complicates the situation is that I think Noah is probably down 140, probably given up on winning the game at this point.
Yeah, so I think it almost kind of makes it easier. It's just like you can add 235 to the score.
When I say complicates things for Matthew, because no, I think, especially after he's seen priciest, which is not the easiest thing, to see with the ST on the board. Again, we saw Matthew not play Lamiest or Balmiest last turn, and again, I don't know if that was just because he didn't see it or not, but Pricius is also going to score enough, and I think there's not going to be, I think, okay, after he plays, I guess you could bingo twice. You could bingo, draw 7, and then bingo again. But one of the good things about Pricius is that's going to leave 7 in the bag, it looks like. Yeah. So that if Matthew were to bingo after Pricius, you know exactly what his rack is and you know exactly what you have to block.
Yeah, I think this is gonna be pretty much lights out if you're just trying to preserve spread. Another nice thing is that if you draw out the L in the bingo, then Lazo's not a thing anymore. So there's a little bit of that where you can be a little bit safer with something like Priciest. Yeah. And always, taking the points is always something, right? Like, let's say Matthew Tunnicliffe had a bingo through the E. And that's going to be there whether you play Priciest or you play something on the other side of the board. And so it's like, if you played Priciest, then you just got yourself more points for that situation.
Yeah, I had a question if there's anything that prepends to Brent. There are no 3-tile extensions like there are with some 5-letter words. My most favorite turning clong into weak long or week long. But Brent actually does take a Y front hook, which I did not realize that there is a Y. I doubt that it will come into play later, but no 3-tile extensions, just the front hook of Y Brent.
Yeah, that one's not gonna be a super juicy one this game with the positioning of all the tiles. Maybe we could see a 20-point play or something, but that's probably not gonna make the difference. It would be more interesting without lava and loose, and then there might be a place to play something like quietly. That might be more interesting.
Yeah, if there was a 3-tile extension to Brent, that would be a good way to score and then open the board in the process.
Okay, Noah's playing Price. I can see what he's doing here. It is blocking a bingo lane, and bet he's worried about bingos on the triple. I mean, it would certainly suck to have Matthew play Petanque or something after Priciest, although even that I don't think would win the tournament. But it would definitely be a little bit scary.
Right, so back over to Matthew. I really did like Priciest. I'm a little bit surprised that he passed on that. But like you said, this play has merit. He's drawn the Q, but he has also drawn the I to go with it. He does have the spot, the bailout spot along by form to play QI for 21. Over to Matthew now. With this game in hand, is there any sort of miracle?
Honestly, yeah, I don't think so. I mean, I just like I feel like the miracle would have involved playing Lamiest next turn. You're not guaranteed to get another thing ending in EST, and now it's just like, now what, right? Because now he can't even really fish for bingos. There's only the E left, and yeah.
Pool should be correct. It is not. Now it is. There we go. So Noah counting the bag, he'll realize that there are 4 tiles in there. Matthew up by 152. So making it interesting. If there were 120 or maybe 125 tiles in the bag instead of 100, this could potentially get interesting. But Noah's probably going to slog his way to the finish here. He also has a huge score with Yowie for 52. Probably just wants to make sure that he doesn't get Q stuck. He won't. He's got the I on top of sieging. He's got the I next to buy formed. Actually looks like he's going to hold back the I, which makes sense having the Q. So probably just going to play Yao here.
And I think he might just be doing some quick math. The only really realistic bingo lane would be the E, and I think Yao or Yowie would put him behind about 100. I think he can kind of suss it out and realize that it doesn't quite work for Tunnicliffe, even if there is a bingo. I mean, I don't know if he's worried about something with ST. Maybe we'll just see him play something like Ow. I don't know. We know he can't really lose. It might be a little scary with something like the ST there, having to worry about that. You never know with like Ebeneast or Hebeneast or something. Ultimately, the sim knows it doesn't exist, but it's not comfortable sitting in Noah's seat, and it's like you've worked so hard for this, and doing something silly at the end would just be really sad. So I don't fault him for doing a little bit of like paperwork almost.
It's not over until it's over. So he's got 8 minutes or so left. So might as well take the time and take a look and double check and make sure that everything is in order. Probably just debating between Yao and Yowie.
Yeah, okay. He's gonna do QI. I think he's a little worried about things with ST and like, yeah, it's perfectly reasonable. Now he gets to play QI, and if Matthew plays something like Hub, he's now going to play Yowie, and then I think he's a little bit more clearly fine after a sequence like that because he got the Q down.
Yeah, I think I missed that Yao and Yowie would have emptied the bag. So yeah, no reason to empty the bag there. QI, maybe one of, if not his best non-bag emptying plays.
Yeah, and so now he's got Way spelled out. I don't know. Yowie might be a little bit better in terms of score and what it gets rid of. I guess Way is 44 points keeping EIO, and Yowie is was that 52 points keeping HE. So yeah, I think Yowie might be a little bit better in terms of cleaning up the rack.
Yeah, I'm trying to see if there's another spot for Way on this board. He's probably just assuming, I think, that Matthew's going to take the spot next to Luck. So I think he's probably given up on having his big score for Yowie there.
Yeah, and he's got Wayist if Matthew leaves the ST spot open.
Well, maybe that's what he's got set up. Yeah, because somebody in chat said ST blindness, but he had PRICIE set up on his rack at one point. And I was looking around the board for an R. Maybe he was thinking about playing Pricier somewhere, but there really wasn't any. So I think he actually sees it. And this would be a really cool play if it ends up going down.
Yeah, I think with Priciest, it wasn't that he didn't see it. I think he just maybe had a little bit of fear of something like Petanque happening. I don't think he didn't see it. I think he just thinks being a little tighter on this board is safer. And yeah, Matthew's probably trying to think about what kind of miracles he can fish for. He does have Hunt spelled out, but I think he's maybe just shuffling things, and he's actually thinking more about 3-tile plays that give him a bingo.
Assuming that Matthew wins this game, Josh Sokol, who started the round 461 spread points behind, would not obviously be able to catch Matthew. He also has a spread advantage over Mohammed Suleiman, who he is 1 game and 237 spread points ahead of. So Josh Sokol would be the favorite, depending on what's going on in that game, to end up in 3rd place with Noah 1st and Matthew 2nd.
Yeah, I think the most interesting thing that we could end up seeing in terms of spread and positions shifting is Mohammed versus Josh Sokol. And if we see Mohammed win by at least 119, we can see Mohammed in 3rd. I think with Matthew Tunnicliffe's quadruple digit spread, it's going to be a little bit too much to overcome. Yeah. So Matthew's considering I don't know what he's going for. Maybe he thinks he can draw something with the H.
Yeah, that's what I'm trying
to H, but beneath doesn't work. So yeah, I don't know. Don't know what he's going for. Okay. Yeah, I don't know what he's going for. I don't know. I don't know if anything really is gonna work. So I don't know if this is like really a problem, but yeah, doesn't feel like this can really work. I wonder if Noah's just gonna be safe and okay, he is sure of Wayist, so This is good. It's going to be 63, I think. And then, yeah. So now he won't lose by much.
That's like 68 if Matthew has any doubt.
Yeah. I don't think Matthew's going to bingo. So Noah might only lose by, 90 or so now. Matthew will probably play something like Habatan or maybe Abate on the left. And then, yeah, Noah will likely lose by about 90 or 100. So very much within the acceptable range.
Yeah, so a bit of an anticlimactic final game, but that just speaks to the dominance that Noah played the first 21 rounds of this tournament with. In an incredibly stacked field featuring Tunnicliffe, Sokol, and Logan. Going into the last round, up one game and 470 spread points is quite impressive.
Yeah, and just hats off to Noah. He's finally hitting 2,000, and he's been so close for so long. And he's finally, I think, did he go 6-0 today even? I think he might have even gone 6-0 today. And like the first 5 wins gave him this cushion where he could lose by 100 and still win the tournament handily. So really nice job by Noah. I think we might get an interview with him soon now that we can confirm that he's the champ.
You're right. He started 11-5. So yeah, 5-0 today before this last game.
Yeah, so that 5-0, it earned him the right to lose this game by 100 and still win the tournament handily. So hats off to him for that. We're updating the scores. It's not this much of a blowout. I think weightiest was 63 and 2 was 11 and there was 6 on Matthew's rack. Yeah, 388 to 490 looks more like it. So yeah, and we're getting some congrats for.
I thought that you would just do this and that you would know.
Yeah.
Right?
I can see why you would think that, but apparently no. I confused it with the season.
Yeah.
The thing is, like, I'm gonna play this and try to hook the ass anyways.
Yeah. And maybe I make some like huge sacrifice to try and block it.
Yeah. Yeah, so that was my chance to do that. Maybe the merit was there, but
This is good.
I think so. I'm not sure of anything.
Good run there.
Yeah, I don't think it's actually. I have to like leave the H in the bag, and you have to freak out or something.
Yeah, I picked the H by the way. So. On this, I had Yowie. It just never loses the tournament, but I'm just not doing it. That's
really awesome.
okay.
I wasn't sure about forms.
Yeah, I thought you were. You started putting it down.
Well, I sat there for like 2 minutes.
I thought maybe you put it down. I thought maybe you were just trying to get the +5.
Well, no, because like this, I think this is a win. And I was like, am I confusing with that?
5-4.
Yeah. But I'm like, if there's a game where I'm gonna play something, I'm not sure if it's this one.
Yeah, this was just open and I just couldn't block it. Like I can play rack up here. I just can't do that.
Yeah. I was like, I'll just leave that C open. He'll have to figure it out eventually.
Oh, won the game.
All right. Well, congratulations to Noah Slatkoff. Started the day 5-0, gave him a little bit of breathing room in this last game, and he will walk away with the $3,300 Canadian first prize for the Collins division. Again, many thanks to Bob Lynn for his generous monetary support of that division.
Yes, thank you so much, Boblin. Thank you for WIGPO for sponsoring the other divisions. And yeah, congratulations is due to Noah Slatkoff finally hitting 2,000 after a long time. And honestly, I think it was a pretty good display of ability by him this last game. He was he left a triple open in a way that was scary, but I think it was justified several times. And he got Wayes down to lock up the tournament. That's not an easy find. So yeah, congratulations goes to Noah. Solid tournament. And Matthew Tunnicliffe, congratulations coming back for second place. And yeah, to all of you in the chat, thank you so much for watching. The next Let's Play Scrabble stream will be in 2 weeks in Causeway in Bangkok, Thailand. So that'll be fun too.
Yeah. What's your viewing plans for that? Like I said, it's like it starts at like 9:30 at night and goes all day, quote unquote day, Thailand time. Are you gonna be nocturnal in a couple weeks so that you can catch all of Let's Play Scrabble's Causeway Challenge coverage live, or are you just gonna catch up on it the next day?
I'm not sure what I'm going to do. I'm probably going to catch up on it the next day. I don't see myself going 9 to 5 the other way. That seems like an intense schedule. So, yeah.
I know that we have people from all over in chat, including Australia, and that works out so well for them. I hope that we get so many international viewers as it's going on, and then hopefully a bunch of us Americans who are too old to stay up all night can catch up on it the next day.
Yeah, get some footage for the next day. Hey, thank you so much, Jason, doing all 3 days of commentary, all 6 sessions. But yeah, Bangkok, Thailand, the next big event. But yeah, that will be it for our Montreal Scrabblefest coverage for 2026. We will be doing more of these streams, but no more of this one for the time being. But yeah, thank you so much to everyone in the chat. And yeah.
And again, one more time, many thanks to the Word Game Players organization, wordgameplayers.org, the sanctioning body of this tournament. Also, as Matthew mentioned, providing the money for the top prizes as well. I think I glossed over the fact that I think 800 Matthew Tunnicliffe will get for second place, if I remember correctly. Again, thanks to Bob Lind for his monetary donation. Many thanks to Josh Koff, the head of LPS Advanced Stats. It was very cool. This was, I think, the first tournament where I was able to kind of see that stuff in the top right of the screen, and so we could see when Josh's winning streak continued or Tunnicliffe's winning streak continued, and that was also really helpful to know what else was going on in the room, as well as pointing out the stats in terms of upsets, when an upset had just happened, who led the field in upsets, et cetera, et cetera. So many thanks to Josh Koff, who is kind of the head of LPS innovation for that. And thanks to Video Ninja as well, the streaming technology that powers these streams, and a really good back-end experience, as well as what you see on the front end. And finally, obviously have to thank everybody for watching. Hopefully there are some of you diehards who caught all 22 rounds. But whether you caught 1 round or 22 or just popped in, regardless, thank you so much for watching. Because if not, I would just be talking to nobody, and that's no fun. So thank you all so very much for your support of Let's Play Scrabble. If you have not liked the page, if you have not subscribe to the page. If you want to be a super fan for $5 a month and help LPS continue to grow and to innovate and to be Scrabble's leader in streaming, and you're inclined to do that, again, no pressure if not, but I know that the team at LPS would greatly appreciate it.
Yes, and yes, one final thank you to everyone. I am signing out, but you will see me on the other side of this stream in about a month and a half. So, yeah.
I hope to be commentating your games at Albany if I'm not there in the room with you myself.
All right. Sounds good.
All right. Happy Victoria Day to all the Canadians out there. Happy Memorial Day to all the Americans celebrating a week from today. Until I see you again here on the Let's Play Scrabble channel, be safe, be well, and have fun.
Bye-bye.